Livingston and his staff.
Welcome into Norwalk High School. It is a new era of Norwalk softball here on My French Media as the Warriors kicking off the home portion of their season with a brand new baseball and softball facility set up here at the middle school. And they are kicking off on a huge stretch. Norwalk, 3 straight appearances at the state tournament and just coming off another outstanding season, but a season of change after a huge senior class from last year. It's a changing of the guard for this year's squad and head coach Bo Livingston. I'm Tyler French, coming to you live here on Pardon My French Media. Alongside me today is Ian Nelson, and we're excited to kick off a new season of Norwalk softball.
Yeah, the season has already started really well for the latter stretch of the current season. 4 straight wins on the year for the Warriors, coming off a very tough stretch, 3 straight losses, coming to very strong competition, Southeast Polk, Ankeny Centennial, and I-35. And then since that, they swept Newton at Newton, then upset Van Meter on the road, and then crushed Crested 10-2, and now coming in first home game of the year, having a very steady competition against Pella Christian, a great way to open up the home stretch on the year.
We're going to take a short break from the PA announcer as we're going to have some special first pitches being thrown out by some of the youth players here in the area. We'll be right back.
Joy is a third grader at Orchard Hills Elementary, and she plays for the West Des Moines Tigers 8U as a left fielder. Joy. Great work, Joy. Next up, we have Hayden Van Otterloo. Hayden is a 4th grader at Lakewood Elementary, and she plays second base, pitcher, and center field for the Iowa Outlaws 10U. Let her rip, Hayden. Let's go, Hayden. Up next, we have Berkeley Furley. Berkeley is a 3rd grader at Orchard Hills Elementary, and she plays Norwalk Softball League. Have at it. Great job, Berkeley. Our next pitcher is Riley Ingworth. She's a 2nd grader at Orchard Hills and plays with the Norwalk Parks and Rec. Let her go. Great job, Riley. Our next pitcher is Hadley Chabald. Hadley's a 6th grader from Norwalk Middle School. Good luck, Hadley. Let her go. Look at that form. Excellent work. Our next pitcher is Mila Bertelson. Mila is a 1st grader at Obion Elementary and plays for the Norwalk Parks and Rec League. Good luck, Mila! Yeah! Our next pitcher is Lucia O'Brien. Lucia is a 3rd grader at Orchard Hills Elementary, and she plays pitcher, catcher, and first base. Southpaw throw. Good work, Lucia. Our next pitcher is Nora Hanrahan. A 2nd grader at Orchard Hills Elementary. She plays first base and pitcher for the Iowa Outlaws 36ers. Great work, Nora! And our final pitcher of the night is Everly Bogus. Everly's a 4th grader at Lakewood Elementary and a pitcher for the Iowa Outlaws 9U. There it goes! Great work, Everly! Great job to our players and best of luck on your team seasons. Varsity introductions will begin momentarily. Have they had the coaches meeting yet?
No. Welcome back here into the press box on Pardon My French Media. The Warriors 4-3, Pella Christian 1-2, and it's tough to start a new season without talking about the group that graduated this past year. An outstanding set of seniors, led, of course, by players like Carly Brewer, Nia Holbert, and Bailey Birmingham. As the Warriors will take the field first, it'll be Leah Crick in the circle for Norwalk, but power and power has been a huge part of this offense the last couple of years. Going back 2 years of players like Lauren Black as well, now an assistant coach for the Warriors. But it's going to be a very different group now without those 4 to 5 big power hitters that have graduated over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to look towards the future, not having that much strength in the lineup and confidence. This is a very young Norwalk team coming into this year's. A lot of sophomores and freshmen at the starting lineups. Not too many seniors, really only one senior on the lineup out of Danny Peters, who will lead off for this team or be batting second for this team later tonight. But yeah, just not having as much of that strong hitting confidence, especially on a field like this where homers can be a good factor. Not having all that much strength is going to be something to look out for.
Looking around the Warriors defense on the infield from first to third, it'll be Grace Bordenero, the sophomore, stepping into the starting lineup this year over at first. At second, Allie Williams moving from second to short this year. Hadley Michael leading the team in batting average as well as being kind of that de facto number 2 pitcher as well. Chance we might see her in game 2 tonight. Over at third will be Alyssa Downey. And then from left to right in the outfield, it is Lily Garvey, Danny Peters, and Molly Harper. But you mentioned just one senior in the opening lineup, just 3 total on this year's roster. A very different group from last year where we saw Nia Holbert and Matt Golian in the outfield, leading the way on the infield with Bailey Birmingham and then Carly Brewer in the circle. It's a very big difference from what we've seen last couple of years for a very experienced group. This team still brings back a lot of talent from that squad last year. Haley Hook and Hadley Michael getting a lot of playing time in that opening lineup, as well as Danny Peters are probably your top 3 returners coming into this season and are going to be looked at for a lot of big performances this year. In the circle, Leah Crick, who was the number 2 starter last year, off to a little bit of a slow start with a 6.52 ERA, but plenty of time for her to right the ship. Was outstanding last year for this team, helping them advance to the Class 4A state tournament.
Yeah, but one of the main pitchers for this team behind Hadley Michael on this pitching squad. But yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of girls have graduated out, but with that, a lot of newcomers into this lineup. You look at players like the first baseman Grace Bardenaro had a great starting on that varsity lineup so far this year. Leads the team with 5 hits, 3 singles, 1 double, homer, 6 RBIs, and 4 runs. Been great on the field with 28 outs, and then just a very strong person on the bag when she's hitting 5 on balls so far this season. A person that you really look out for also is number 11, Emma Banks, another sophomore coming into this lineup, is playing some very nice softball, as well as number 24, Allie Williams. So a lot of sophomores on this team. The 3 really strong hitters are all sophomores. So yes, you graduated a lot of seniors, but with that comes the growth of some very young stars, and those are all going to be on the lookout for tonight.
Grace Bordenero, a 2 sports star, second year as a high schooler, and it's the second straight sport where she has stepped into a much bigger role. Was the 6th man for the state semifinalist girls basketball team, and now the starting first baseman for the Norwalk softball squad. As the opening lineup getting announced for both teams, hitting order for the Pella Christian Eagles will be Rachel Kakmariski leading things off, wearing number 19, playing a center field. Laurel Roseboom will be pitching tonight, hitting second, wearing 10. Number 22, Chloe Snyder, the shortstop,
Hitting fourth, number 10.
In the cleanup spot will be Bryn Roseboom, number 23, playing first base.
Hitting fifth, number
Maddie Van
7.
Zee over at third base, wearing fourth. Behind the dish, Finley Steiner, number 13, hitting sixth. Hitting seventh, Maya Heisman, and playing left field.
Number 4, your pitcher,
The designated player tonight, Hannah Roseboom. 3 Rosebooms in this opening lineup for the Eagles. She'll be wearing 28. Over at second, hitting ninth, Libby Johnson, and wearing number 25. And then rounding out the flex tonight in right field is Caitlin Heemstra, wearing number 1.
Ryan Kennedy, Lauren Black, Graham Heron.
And we'll talk about the swap of the lineups coming up at the bottom of the first. The JV took care of business earlier, and we are going to jump now to the national anthem and start the top of first. When we come back, you're watching the home opener for Norwalk softball. Pardon my French media. Leah Cricket in circle to kick things off for the Warriors' home portion of their schedule. Do also want to give a huge shout out to the Norwalk boys soccer team playing down in Indianola against Marion in the first round of the state tournament. We saw them take care of business 4-0 Friday night against the Bonnarant Farrar Blue Jays. Just trying to blank there. And then we have girls soccer coming on tomorrow in the regional semifinals. A win will send them to their fourth straight regional finals as they look to advance to the state tournament for the first time since 2023. Currently 0-0 in the close minutes of the first half down in Indianola, Norwalk, and Marion tied. So make sure to stay tuned with us all week as we will either have baseball or softball on Friday night here on YouTube as well. But looking into today's game, the Warriors, you mentioned 4 straight wins. They are trying to fight off an upset-minded Pella Christian team as Norwalk comes in ranked number 7 in Class 4A.
Yeah, and this Pella Christian team, they've had some early season struggles, losing a very close one most recently against Newent. And then they picked up their first win in the middle of their season at Clark Community, just handling business very well, 11-0. Started off the year with a rough one against DCG, losing 2-11, but now this is a team that once they put the bat on the ball, they can really get some good things going. But Norwalk really got to just stay tight and ready for this team.
Rachel Kakmarinsky lead things off. A little bit of a speed hitter as the defense will play in. The opening pitch is a ball in from Leah Crick, and we are underway here.
That Kakmarinsky comes into this game already with 3 runs on the year, 4 hits, has one of the better averages on this team, batting at a .571 through the first 3 games of the year.
2-0 count here as first 2 pitches from Crick come in low. This one ripped through the left side of the infield off the end of the bat. As that one thrown back into the infield, and that is the first hit of the game, a single. Kakmarinsky will bring up the pitcher, Laura Roseboom.
Yeah, just a great hit out of Kakmarinsky. looked at the shift that the Warrior defense had coming at her and then just hit right through the gap between third and short.
Roseboom, the right-handed hitter, comes to the plate, takes a first pitch called Crick. Not the same type of overpowered pitcher we've seen from players like Olivia Dory and Carly Brewer last years. Much more of a methodical approach. Shows bunt, throw down from a hook. Not in time, goes off the glove of Michael, and that's going to be a stolen base for Kaparinsky. So runner in scoring position early on for Pella Christian as they look to try and get themselves in business. 1-1 count. Roseboom at the dish, Snyder on deck, and Bryn Roseboom in the hole. That one comes in low, makes it a 2-1 count. This one fouled straight back, and that will be a 2-2 count. Kirk 7 strikeouts in 9 innings so far this season. This one ripped into left field. They're going to send the runner. Nope, last second they will hold. That one, a good rip and a better throw in by Garvey to hold the runner as it was cut off by the third baseman, Alyssa Down. There'll be a courtesy runner coming in over at first for Roseboom. So runners at the corners, no one out. Start off this first game of the season at home. Olivia DeHaan, the pinch runner over at first. Throw down to second, goes off the glove, and that's going to bring the runner in from home. A short hot couldn't be handled by Michael. That will put the Eagles up 1-0. It's a stolen base for DeHaan as well. Which comes in high for ball 2. So the Eagles get on the board first. Still no one gone in the inning. And a 3-hitter Snyder at the plate takes that one at the knee for a called strike. Here's 2-1 from Crick. Just a little too high, makes it 3-1.
Snyder, one of the most patient batters, but also most effective, coming with the best average on the year of .625, a really great average, especially for this level of play.
That one at the knees for strike 2, runs the count full. Boom, the senior waiting on deck. 1 run in, runner in scoring position, no one out. Swing and a miss, and that'll be a strikeout for Leah Crick.
Leah Crick with the strikeout. Now at bat, number 23, Bryn Roseboom.
Great composure out of Crick, just staying with the count, fighting back after going down early, and then throwing a nice off right down the middle to get Snyder swinging.
This one hit on the ground. They hold the runner over at third, throw over to first. In time, but in the throw over, it does bring Don over to third. Roseboom out at first. It's a fielder's choice. Third baseman Matty Van Zee for the Pella Christian Eagles. As PC looking, trying to add to their total, another run 60 feet away. This one fouled off the net. First pitch from Crick.
Van Zee comes into this with 4 RBIs, looking to add another one on it with a .25 average. Just really got to stay calm. Already going down the count.
Infield playing back, closing in a little bit from third. Pitch comes in high for ball. Crick with a 271 back average against, trying to get out of the inning with just 1 earned run allowed after giving up the first 2 bases to their opening batters. Finley Snyder, the catcher, waiting on deck for Pella Christian. Swings through that one. They're going to say a foul tip. That'll be strike 2.
Really nice pitch from Crick, going inside, making Van Zee have a tough decision on the swing or snot.
Another one foul back. Got timing down just a little bit off on the swing. So 2-2 now with 2 gone in the inning. Another runner over at third. Debut of the Warriors turf field. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. After giving up the first 2 hits, the first 2 batters gave up a couple runs, but the Warriors were able to bounce back. 2 strikeouts, the fielder's choice. As we go into the bottom of the first, we'll be right back.
What's Allie in the what's Allie in the white house? After church, sir. Oh. So I haven't back yet. Yeah, now they did. What if they just said she okay. Allie Williams.
Allie Williams will lead things off for the Warriors. Batting second, the center fielder, Danny Peters, followed by Hadley Michael playing short. Grace Bordonero, the cleanup hitter, playing first. Molly Harper, the right fielder, hitting fifth. Haley Hook, number 9, behind the plate, hitting sixth. The pitcher, Leah Crick, in the 7-hole. Lily Garvey, the left fielder, at 8. And running it out is Alyssa down, the third baseman. Defensively for the Eagles, behind the pitcher-catcher combo today, Laurel Roseboom, the pitcher, Finley Snyder at catcher. From first to third, Bryn Roseboom at first, with Libby Johnson at second. The shortstop is Chloe Snyder, and at third is Maddie Van Zee, and left to right in the outfield, Maya Heisman. In left, Rachel Kakarinsky in center, and the flex player, Caitlin Deenstra, patrolling right field. Williams, the first starter for the Warriors.
Yeah, first year starter, but has played very well so far in her first year on the varsity squad. 5 singles, 5 hits, 5 runs, 5 all around, and 5 stolen bases as well. So she gets on the back. Look out for her.
First pitch, catches inside corner for strike 1. The Eagles got their leadoff hitter around, came in to score. It's Kakarinsky, the lone run of the game so far. Williams fouls this one off. Would have been inside, looking to try and get a breaking pitch. Byer, she was well in front of it, ripping it down the left field line. Williams hitting 227 on the year. Chases that one. And swings through, and that is going to be a drop third strike, but the throw over to first is in time for the first out.
Now back for the Warriors, number 21, Danny Peters.
That'll bring up the senior, Danny Peters. Was also a member of the Warriors golf team this year. Norwalk Golf advancing to the state tournament. Should match up. Laurel Rose comes in today, a 4.40 ERA, 1-2 on the season. Has started all 4 games now on the year. First pitch is a ball, making it 1-0. Second pitch in the dirt. So after 3 strikes against Williams, starts Peters off with a couple of balls. That one outside, 3-0. Peters, one of just 2 returning everyday starters for the Warriors from last year's state tournament team. It's a lick call, but the first strike of the at-bat.
Finally painting that left side edge. What Rosemoon has been trying to do all of this engagement.
And that'll be a walk. Puts the ever-speed Danny Peters over at first base.
Now at bat for the Warriors, number 22, Hadley Michael.
2 for 2 on steals so far, and that'll bring up Hadley Michael. Arguably the team top returning player, 381 here on the season. Peters shows like she was going to take off. Pitch comes inside for a ball. Trace Bordenaro, the sophomore, waiting on deck. Hadley Michael, an all-conference talent softball field, but also an all-conference setter in volleyball. Throw well behind the runner.
And that's Peters' 3rd stolen base on the year off 3 attempts. A really strong base runner coming in as the lone senior.
And that'll put a runner in scoring position now for Michael. A 1-1 count. Pitch runs inside for ball 2. But Hadley Michael Jr., 3-year starter on the volleyball team, a 2nd year as a starting infielder for the softball team. Has also seen time in the circle as well as the team leader in ERA with 3.44. Has thrown 20 innings on the season. This one, foot foul. Probably would have been enough to score the runner from second. Instead runs the count full. Full count here to the shortstop. That one in the dirt, bounces away from the catcher. Snyder has to recover it. And extra base running forces an error as the pitcher, Roseboom, went after Michael at second, and it's an RBI.
Now at bat for Norwalk, number 10.
Just took the extra base. And I think the Warriors will take that, making it 1-1 with just 1 out and a runner still in scoring position. Back-to-back walks have the Warriors bring a Bordenaro to the plate. 1-0, 1-0. The count. Warriors tied up. As Bordenaro fouled this one up, does not quite get out of play. Fortnero with one of the two Warriors home runs on the season. That one runs outside, 2-1 count. Goes 3-1. As Roseboom trying to avoid 3 straight walks after getting the strikeout on the first batter. Harper, the sophomore, waiting on deck as Bordenero calls time.
I go to one game a year.
3-1 fouled back. Back-to-back full counts. Sixth pitch of the at-bat. This one, trying to find the gap, but does not have enough on it. It's caught by the shortstop. And that will be the second out of the inning.
Now for the Warriors, number 7, Molly Hart.
Molly Harper steps in, trying to give the Warriors a lead. That one comes in high, the 21st pitch of the inning. For Boom. This one getting towards the dugout and will go off the screen.
Harper, a very strong hitter coming into this one with 4 hits on the season, 4 runs as well, with 1 lone RBI, 2 RBIs, trying to make it a third one now.
The pitch is outside, makes it a 2-1 count. Trying to keep this one tied. Roseboom. This one right back up the middle. They're going to send the runner home and no throw as Michael comes around to score. The Warriors up 2-1. Big RBI there from the right fielder, Harper.
Now at bat for the Warriors, number 9.
And the catcher, Haley Hook, will step in. Saw a lot of time behind the dish last year after the injury to Ava Garvey. And returns this year as the Warriors starting catcher. First pitch comes in high. That one looked like it was going to be right down the middle, but just a bit inside for ball 2. Warriors have played it 2. Inning continues with a 3-0 count. Throw down to second. That'll be another steal. Puts Harper in scoring position. Scoring position with a 3-0 count to the Warriors catcher. That is a 4-pitch walk.
The third walk tonight for Laura Roseboom, with now a 2-out opportunity for the Warriors to tack on some more runs.
Hannah Schmitz, the 4-sport athlete star for the Warriors. State qualifier in cross country, wrestling, and track and field. this year for the Warriors. The freshman now running over at first for Hook. Hook's battery mate Leah Crick, the pitcher, comes to the plate. Trying to help out her own cause with 2 on, 2 out. And this one will go right in that hole up the middle of the field. They'll send both runners, and that'll be an RBI for Leah Crick. Harper comes around to score, and that will also send Schmitz over to third. Braylon Ermine, the freshman, will run over at first for Crick.
And after number 5, Lily Garvey.
Runners on the corners with Lily Garvey now at the plate, the left fielder. Big first inning for the Warriors with 3 already in. And that'll be a free base for Earl Myers. Throw down to third. Trying to keep Schmitz close. So now 2 in scoring position. Garvey at 2-0 count. This one hit high and out of play for the first strike. That pitch count already starting to rise for Roseboom here in the first inning. The 33rd pitch of the inning is low for ball 3. The number 9 hitter, Alyssa Down, waiting on deck. Top of the order up after her. That one taken high. Bases are juiced now for the left fielder.
And that is Roseboom's 4th walk, back-to-back walks for, not back-to-back, 4th walk for Roseboom.
Bases loaded for Down. Gonna make her pitch to her, takes the first pitch for a called strike. A longer at bat could push Roseboom over 40 pitches here in the first inning. But she finds herself in a quick 0-2 count after swinging on the first 2. Hitting just .071 on the season. Gets this one on the ground, foul. The 0-2 comes in low and a nice stop behind the plate by Snyder to keep that runner at third. This one hit down the third baseline. What a snag. So a play at third unassisted by Maddie Van Zee finally ends the inning from one third baseman to another. As they get Garvey, Garvey at second. And that will be the third out of the inning. We'll take a short break, be back with top of the second. But the Warriors plate 3 runs while stranding 2 more. We'll be right back. I think it's one thing kind of get the hang of. Sure. Don't be afraid. see the air gets made stuff like the got there's a lot in that area. It's action, action, kind of like slots. You're not action.
Leading off for the Eagles, top of second, number 13, Finley.
The catcher, Finn Snyder, lead things off for the Eagles in the top of the second. Eagles scored one in the first, but the Warriors responded, plating three of their own to take the lead. And it seemed like Crick started to settle into a bit of a groove in that first inning. Got 2 strikeouts in the last 3 batters.
Yeah, after starting out getting 2 of her first batters getting on base and responding, having 3 straight outs with 2 of them being strikeouts and only 1 of them being fielder's choice. Very well done out of Crick, and a nice way to come into this second inning. Getting a first call strike is a really nice way to start out your night.
There are 19 pitches in that first inning. Quickly ahead 0-2 as this one's fouled out of play.
Round of clock. Out back. Please. Okay.
Looking for the strikeout. Can't hit her to chase. Comes in as a ball in the dirt.
Watch.
1-2 here. This one hit high into center field, giving chase. Peters puts a squeeze on it.
Manny Peters with a catch in the center field. Now at bat, number 7, Maya Heisman.
Gonna bring Heisman to the plate, the left fielder. There's 3 Rose Booms, the designated player, standing on the on-deck circle. This one a short grounder, throw over to first. Down gets it to Bordenaro.
Now at bat for Christian, number 28, Hannah Roseboom.
5 pitches, 2 outs. Here to open up the top of the second for Peters. Swing and a miss from Roseboom on the first pitch. Just got an update that it is 2-0 in favor of Norwalk in the 3 quarterfinals down in Indianola in boys soccer. Back-to-back swings and misses from Roseboom, but the Warriors trying to advance to a 4th straight state semifinal. Trying to get out of the 0-2. 3 pitches, 3 swings, 3 misses, 3 outs.
A very nice end of the inning for Crick, who really, as you mentioned, Tyler, started to settle in, and it's apparent 3 straight batters up and down, with 1 of them being a strikeout. Just really nice to get that flow of things, get rid of those early game just rust, and really start to settle in, and that's a really nice end inning and second inning for Laurel Crick.
Took just 8 pitches to get through the 5 or 6, 7, 8 hitters for the Eagles. Warriors will be back with the top of the order. Allie Williams coming to the second straight inning. We'll be right back.
Bringing up for the Warriors, on the second, number 24, Ellie Williams.
Richard. You got it, 2-4. Yep.
Alex, the second baseman, comes up to the plate. Struck out swinging 3 straight pitches last inning. This one lifted over to stop. An easy squeeze on that one. Second put out by Snyder.
Now at bat for the Warriors, number 21, Danny Peters.
Danny Peters, the one that got things going last inning, walked and came around to score. Pitch runs outside, starts this at bat. And they're going to say she swung on that one. First strike of the at bat.
Should have ran the rest of the day. All right. Sounds stuck. What is she? Well, there's a lot.
Okay, 2-1 count as that one runs outside. A 39 pitch first inning for Rose Boom. Got a 1 pitch, 1 out to start this inning, but now starting to fall behind. Ties this one up on a swing and a miss from Peters. Took a bit off that one, makes it a 2-2 count. 3-1 lead for the Warriors here in the bottom of the second inning. Hadley Michael waiting on deck.
Quick.
Another count that runs full. Here's the 3-2. This one lifted, but not enough on it. And that's squeezed by the second baseman, Libby Johnston.
Now back to Norwalk, number 22, Hadley Michael.
Hadley Michael comes back to the plate. Also walked and came around to score. Might as well have been a double walk. She ended up swiping second base, and because they went after her, it allowed Peters to come around and score back in the first. Michael hits this one foul for a first pitch strike.
Quick, Rick. Let's go. That's what I like it, I know.
This one bounces in the turf. As the Warriors' new field, both turf infield and outfield for both softball and baseball. Make sure to check out the baseball broadcast on our page as well. Both games being streamed live here on Pardon My French Media, the Warriors live stream network. This one taken inside for a ball.
Session or it's going away. It's on the block.
Michael takes that one, drops in there for a strike. Bordnero waiting on deck if Michael can extend the inning. And for the second time tonight, it'll be a full count to the Warriors shortstop. Back-to-back full counts reached by the Warriors hitters. Last one ended up in pop-up. Michael trying to extend the inning. That one right there on the corner, but they call it inside. Great curveball.
Back for Norwalk. Number 10, Grace Bordnero.
Second walk reached by Michael, and Bordnero would come to the plate. Flew out short her last time up. Michael trying to swipe second, throw behind, not in time. The Warriors, not a team that stole a lot of bases last year. Their third swipe of the evening here today.
And that is Nicholas' first stolen base on the year. And as you mentioned, third of the night, 15th on the season. Really just trying to make their presence known on the bases.
For comparison, last year the Warriors had 53 steals in 41 games. 42 games. So just over one per contest. Now they're averaging 3 per game. And we're still just in the bottom of the second. This one goes in the dirt. 2-1 count. For now, trying to drive in the fourth. Warriors to run a game. Hits this one up and out of play. Here's the 2-2. Another curveball. This one goes outside.
Ordinary looking for her sixth hit of the season with a runner in scoring position, her seventh RBI.
Full count. This one hit right back to the pitcher. Throw over to first is in time. Got herself into 3 straight full counts, but no harm done as the Warriors strand one on 1 walk. A 19-pitch inning. We'll take a break going into the top of the third when we come back. I'm still going to be able to third time. Everything, yeah. Maybe turn that off now. Yeah, man, that's the. No, and like another flag. But
Lydia Johnson.
9-1-2 hitters to get things started for the Eagles in the top of the third inning. Johnson will try to set the table for Kakarinsky and Roseboom, who got things started back in the first. Playing in and going to be hit right over the top. That one is fair down the third base line.
It's the second time the Eagle offense has really adjusted very nicely to the Warriors shift, both times going over the head of the third baseman.
And Kakarinsky singled that same direction. Her first time up, came around to score the lone run of the game for Pella Christian. She comes up. They got to guard against potential sacrifice bunt here. Does show bunt. This one will go foul, though. Johnson just one steal on the season in the first 3 games of the year for Pella Christian, but is a threat out there with her speed. Kakarinsky fouls this one up, doesn't quite get out of play. And that might take the bunt potentially out of play with a 2 count. The pitcher, Roseboom, waiting on deck. Kakarinsky and Roseboom both with single last inning. First inning, excuse me. This one hit that same direction, but great job playing against the line by Garvey. And she'll put the squeeze on it for first out.
Lily Garvey with the catch. Now at bat, number 10, Laurel Roseboom.
That'll bring Roseboom to plate. Singled and got courtesy ran for. Mickey Johnson at first with a quick throw into the infield as well. Third baseman playing in, but the shortstop back. This one hit straight up in the air. Hook getting close. Can't quite put the squeeze on it. And that will be the first strike of the event. Would have been a great opportunity to put 2 quick outs up after the leadoff hit. That one can't catch the corner. First ball of the inning thrown by the Warriors junior, Leah Craig. A 1-1, 1 gone, 1 runner at first. Again, almost the exact same placement, but can't get the call. As Trick falls behind in the count 1. That one able to move a little bit to the left and find the strike zone. Ties things up 2-2.
Crick does not throw too many balls with only 3 walks on the year through her 4 games played.
Runs the count full. Really working the outside corner. But on those 4 attempts, just one of them finding and getting the call. They'll set up on the outside again. That time, catchers are looking. First strikeout of the game. 4th strikeout, excuse me.
Now at bat, for Pella Christian, number 22, Chloe Snyder.
I'll bring Snyder to the plate. She also struck out her first time up. That one in the dirt for ball 1. This one hit high in right field. Couple steps to her right, and putting it away is Molly Harper for the 3rd out of the inning. 1 hit, no runs, no errors, 1 left on base as we go into the bottom of the 3rd. You're watching Norwalk Softball on Pardon My French Media.
Bringing on for the Warriors, bottom of the 3rd, number 7, Molly Hunter.
Haley T-shirt.
Molly Harper, the right fielder, takes a called strike at the knees to begin the bottom of the third.
Last time Harper came up to the base, she started with a single, stole a base, and drove in a run.
This one goes in the dirt. Make it a 1-1 count. Very efficient work so far for Leah Crick, even with the first inning run. Just 39 pitches thrown through the first three, the same amount that Rosemoon needed to get through the first.
Crick, a very solid pitcher when it comes to consistency. Really likes to paint the middle of the plate. She drove a little bit away from that in the top of this third, really painting, trying to get around on that right side of the plate to little to no success. But now, really put the Warriors in strong position up by 2 with their bats.
3-1 count now to the right fielder as 3 straight balls thrown. And it was a much better second inning from Rosemoon, was settled down a little bit after walking 4 in the first. Did walk Michael, but not allow her to come around and score even after the stolen base. This one ripped into right center, giving chase. That's a one hop to the fence. An easy stand-up double. Molly Harper, her second hit of the game.
Now at bat for the Warriors, number 9, Haley Hook.
And that'll bring up the catcher, Haley Hook, who walked. And she'll try to keep the inning going.
That's Harper's first double of the season, 5th hit on the year.
Third straight inning, the Warriors have gotten a runner in scoring position. This time comes with 0 outs. Hook takes a pitch in dirt. And they got to be careful not to give an opportunity for Harper to run. As not afraid to swipe third, but also anything in the dirt that gets away will put her just 60 feet away. Hook rips this one, but well foul. Solid contact, just need to straighten out a little bit.
Just a little bit late on that one. Need to swing a little bit early as the age-old tale is.
Here's the 1-1 to the Warriors catcher. Curveball that didn't curve enough. We've seen her go to an off-speed pitch, but mixed results so far. A couple times it's dropped in, but a lot of the time it has remained high. And got to be careful with that is a ball that can be absolutely smashed. As this one got underneath it a little bit, that will get out of play for a strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind folks that the ball out of the 3 is returned to foul balls to the home alley.
Nope, we're not.
5.
We're not.
2-2 count, no outs. This one lifted into left field, over the glove. They will send the runner as it is misplayed in left field, and an easy stand-up double. Back-to-back doubles for Hook and Harper. Second time the Warriors have had a big hit to the outfield. Makes it now 4-1 as Hook gets the RBI.
The second double for Hook on the year as well. It is her gotta find it, 4th RBI on the season. The Warriors really good about putting their runners who are in scoring position all the way home, as they've shown countless times already tonight.
Stranded 2 in the first, 1 in the second, but off to a great start here in the third as Crick takes this one into the dirt, and that's going to send Schmidt, courtesy runner, over to third. So a 1-0 count now to the opposing pitcher. Single to center, first time up, takes this one to the dirt, and nice stop by Snyder. Keeps Schmitz over at third.
Snyder's had a lot of work already tonight through the first 3 innings behind the plate. Roseman really just trying to get that bottom left corner to go, and it hasn't dropped.
This one hit on the ground. It'll be a throw over to first, a fielder's choice, but brings in a run for the second time today.
And Schmidt is there for the Warriors run.
Schmidt scores the run.
Lily Garvey.
Makes it now 5-1 as the Warriors play their second run of the inning. One catches the outside corner.
For the first 3 innings, Crick has already matched her season total of RBIs with 2 tonight. She came into this one with 2, so now 4 overall, as the Warriors have just increased their lead up 5-1.
This one hit at play. The pitch. This one hit right over to third. Put a charge into it, but hit it right at the third baseman.
Now at bat for the Warriors, number 6, Alyssa Down.
That'll bring up Alyssa down.
Here, your dad can lean back all he wants to. Girl.
This one comes in high. Down, ground out on a fielder's choice. Well, actually, hit it right at third. And what would end up being an easy play for the third baseman. Similar spot that she just hit it. But this one cannot stay fair. Makes it a 1-1 count. And a pinch hitter waiting on deck. Looks to be Cambry Livingston.
Over. Well, we feel we just dropped off the wood and
Down takes this one inside. Make it a 2-1 count.
well,
This one goes fair, goes off the base. As Down apparently really likes that spot as she hits it down that third base line again. This will be a single into left field.
Now at bat for Norwalk, number 2, Kimberly Livingston.
She'll advance over to second base as well, and Cambry Livingston will pinch hit for Allie Williams.
Yeah.
5-1 score. Runner at second, and Livingston come to the plate. First appearance for her this season. Third time the Warriors have gone through the order today, and just the just the third inning. It's the third time the leadoff hitter has hit today already.
Livingston, the third of the seniors, rounding out the 3 seniors to play for the Norwalk Warriors tonight.
This one trying to drop it in, just foul. Would have been enough to score down from second base as well. She was already rounding third. It's an 0-2 count now for the pinch hitter. Takes this one in the dirt. Another nice stop by Snyder to keep Down over at second. This one comes in high. And Roseboom has just really struggled to put hitters away, even when getting ahead in count. As another full count. 25th pitch of inning. This one hit high on play. This next pitch was the 85th of the game already for Roseboom. And that'll be a walk. Excuse me, they are going to say that was a drop third strike, that it came in the zone. So that will be a strikeout for Roseboom to get out of the inning. 85 pitches and 5 run cross for the Warriors. They play 2 more in the bottom of the third. It'll be Bryn, Roseboom, Van Zee, and Snyder when we come back.
Yeah, wait for them.
Sounds like
Yep, 12th Street.
Leading up for Pella Christian, tackle number 23, Bryn Humphrey.
Bryn Roseboom takes a called strike. Bryn Roseboom takes a called strike 1. Begin play here in the top of the 4th. This one hit on the ground. Michael backing up. That is an E6.
Now at bat for Pella Christian, number 4, Van Zee.
That'll bring Van Zee to the plate. Van Zee struck out swinging her first time up to close out the first inning. Showing bunt here, pulls it back, but it'll be a called strike anyway. Score update from Indianola. Norwalk up 5-0 over Marion. For a team that at times struggled to score the ball this year, they've scored now 13 goals in their 3 playoff games, including a heart attack inducing sub-state semifinals game against Carlisle, trailing 2-0 with 15 minutes left before Eli Scavo happened, and he scored 3 goals in 9 minutes to help the Warriors advance and took care of business 4-0 against Bondurant on Friday night. This one is a 1-3 sack bunt.
Now at bat for Pella Christian, number 13, Snyder.
And it'll bring Snyder to the plate. One gone in the inning, runner at second. That one in there for a call first strike. As Leah Crick doing a great job getting ahead of hitters here tonight.
Something she has done very well all game, just making sure that the batter really has to keep fighting and not get anything that is undeserved, as that one just paints the right side of the plate to get in for the second strike.
Makes an 0-2 count, trying to see if she can get Snyder to go down on strikes. This one, a pitch that was high, grounded over to second, and the second error of the inning. And that's going to be third. Reached on the E4 and brings in the second run in the process. Gets a second in the process as well. So 3 errors here as Crick have a heart-to-heart with her defense. We're still leading 5-2. But a tough break there on what should have been already realistically the third out of the inning. So Roseboom scores the second run of the game for Pella Christian.
Now I'm back for Pella Christian, number 7.
And keeps the inning going as Maya Heisman comes out, grounded out to third her first time.
The Warrior defense, you just got to settle down, rushing a bit too much, overlooking the ball. You can't do that, especially in this type of game, where if you're the Eagles and can get any sort of run, you're just as close to being in the game as ever.
Heisman takes a called first strike. Hannah Roseboom waiting on deck. Swing and a miss through the second pitch. As Crick looking for a nice bounce back after a pair of errors.
And Crick has done everything that she needs to do on her end of the ball game. Really, as you mentioned, getting up in the counts now, back-to-back hitters going up 0-2.
This one hit on the ground. Bornero will flip it over. So Williams covering the bag. 3-4 ground out.
Now I'm back for Pella Christian, number 28, Hannah Roseboom.
That bring up the third Roseboom. Hannah, the designated player, wearing 28. Struck out swinging her first time up. Trying to get out of the fourth. That one right at the belt for strike one. Swings through that one. Second straight batter she's got ahead 0-2 on. Looking to get out of the inning. This one runs high for ball one. Evens the count 2-2.
Second time, Chris tried to go high and get the batter swinging. Both times haven't dropped enough into the zone.
Here's the 2-2. Runs count full now. 3 straight balls after getting ahead 0-2.
Chris just got to settle in on this sixth pitch coming in.
Libby Johnson waiting on deck, but she will not get a chance. 5th strikeout of the game. 1 run scored, a couple of hits, and 1 left on base as we go into the bottom of the 4th inning. As another very efficient inning from Leah Crick. Just 17 pitches, puts her at 56 for the game. Exactly what they've wanted from their junior. As it'll be Peters, Michael, and Bordenero. As Peters got things started strong with a walk and a run scored her first time up. And looking to do more of the same, constant more damage. You can get that run back. Giving it up with the infield. 3 errors, the shortstop, second baseman, and third baseman, each coughing one up.
It's the only thing that you can do, causing a little bit of some errors. So come back now with your bats, doing the talking, see if you can just get those runs back in blood, you could say.
Final score officially now from Indianola and Norwalk onto their 4th straight semifinals matchup in the state tournament. As don't know the number 1 seed, number 8 seed game offhand, but expect that Xavier probably took care of business against the host team, Indianola. Peters leads thing off here in the bottom of the 4th. A little bit of a slap hit, and that is giving an E1. Peters gets on base. Fingers all around here, it appears. First pitch gets to an error on the infield. And now Hadley Michael comes to the plate. Pair of walks, a steal, and a run scored for her so far. As this one gets into the outfield, they are going to send the runner all the way home. An error up the middle.
And Peters is in.
Peters gets credit for a steal, and then the error advances her all the way home for her second run of the game. Warriors back on the board, up 6-2 now.
So a lot of errors to go around on both sides of the field, both times bringing in runs.
This one hit right back to the pitcher. This time, Van Zee not Van Zee, it's Roseboom thrown over, able to get the out. And Bordenero will come to the plate 0 for 2 on the day. So Norwalk waits the winner now between Xavier and Indianola. And the host school for this year's 3A boys soccer tournament. And they are the conclusion after 3 of 4 games already played here today. 2-0 count to start things off to the Warriors' first baseman. Bordenero will single back up the middle.
Back for the Warriors, number 7, Molly Harper.
And Holly Harper back to the plate. She's had a great game so far, a pair of hits, as well as a run scored.
That's Bordeneu's 6th hit of this season with that one now. And Bordenero has shown that she will run if she can.
Her throw down to second was threatening the base. An 0-1 count as a called first pitch straight to Harper. Harper doubled deep into right center. Her last time up. Probably the hardest ball on either side so far in this game. It's the 1-1. Harper hits this one high in the infield. That'll be snagged by Snyder.
Now I'm back for the Warriors, number 9, Haley.
I'll bring Hook back to the plate, who also doubled and scored. This one on the ground, up throwing, and a nice bounce back after allowing the single and run to come around and score, but the Warriors put another one up And that will take us into the break. 2 lead for Norwalk. We'll be right back.
Bragging around for a while. Oh, that's why I was pregnant. Yeah. I couldn't get her. That car laughed about every I thought.
Leading off for Pella Christian, top of the fifth, number 25, Ruby Johnston.
Johnson will lead things off for the Eagles. Single her last time up. Already in the top of the 5th inning. Gonna guard against potential slap hit. She singled over the top of the third baseman her first time up. A 1-0 count. This one hit on the infield. Michael up throwing. Good cover by Bortonero. 6-3 ground out brings Rachel Kakrinsky up to the plate. Laurel Roseboom, the pitcher, waiting on deck.
And that time the shift finally works in their favor. The low grounder going straight to first.
And a similar swing approach from Kakrinsky. But this one goes foul. Kakrinsky, also a member of the Eagles basketball team. Seen her a couple times over the last couple of years over at the NPAC. She offers it. This one comes up empty. That should be the second strike. Crick looking for strikeout number 6 on the evening. This one hit right back to her. Goes off her glove. Throw to first. Not in time. Bounces off. That's going to be another error. And Kakrinsky will get over to second. And that'll bring the pitcher, Roseboom, back to the plate. 1 for 2 on the day with a strikeout. Got to watch Kakrinsky at second. Always a threat to swipe third as well.
She has 3 stolen bases on the season. Looking for her fourth.
Was 33 of 33 ceiling last year as well.
Now had the same amount as she has been picked off once already this year, but still such a big threat. And with her tall frame, just those long legs, able to get her across the diamond.
Call out here. It's not that one foot.
The 2-0 count as that one catches the outside corner. Tries going back to that same spot. Comes up empty. Makes it 3-1. One out in the inning. At the knee, he's able to get a second strike, run the count full.
Just great job out of Crick, who usually likes to get up ahead in the count quickly, but when she does get behind a little bit, the composer just to get back into it.
Fake throw over to third. Kakmarinski will advance, but the 5-3 ground out does make out 2 outs in the inning. Snyder comes to the plate, looking to drive that run home, 0 for 2 on the day. That one comes just a bit low for ball 1. '68th pitch of the evening comes in also as a ball. Almost the exact same spot. Again, could not get the call. This one hit high into center field. Peters moving over. Just shy of the warning track. Puts it away. Another efficient inning that outside of the error, no one reaches base. 5, 4.5 technically. It is 6-2 in favor of the Warriors. The bottom of the inning coming up. It is the bottom third of the order. Crick, Garvey, and down when we come back.
And so Jay contact I know. Like that's where my name, okay? I thought that's a call. But okay.
Leading off for the Warriors, bottom of the fifth, number 4, Leah.
It's the pitcher leader leading off is Leah Crick. To get things started in the bottom of fifth. Warriors leading 6-2. Crick rolls over on this one, grounds over to short. Snyder up throwing. Roseman puts a squeeze on it for the first out. And that's the exact type of quick out that Roseboom needs after 95 pitches through the first 4 innings.
The arm strength off of Roseboom. She's had very similar games, came into this with 215 pitches thrown, and now just under 100.
That one comes inside to Garvey. Garvey 0 for 1 with a walk.
Oh, she sounds his head so she's seen him.
Takes this one high. Defense of the Warriors 6 out away from a Game 1 victory. Reminder, it is a doubleheader, both in baseball and softball. And oh no, they do call that a strike. Umpire late call on that one makes it 2-1. This one grounded over to short as well. Snyder, another nice throw. Back-to-back 6-3 groundouts. What was the 100th pitch of the evening? The number 9 hitter, Alyssa, down to the plate now, swinging and fouling the first pitch off. Looking for a quick 1-2-3 inning after allowing runs in 3 of the first 4.
But then she said, house. Whose house that?
This one on the ground goes foul. Just snuck foul and avoided a quick 1-2-3 inning. Down stays alive for at least one more pitch.
They're so distracted from that time. What's the swears in this?
Pitch in the dirt. 1-2.
Get that kid off the wall. And foul on the face. Yep. Sign even says right there, standing next to the medic.
This one lifted over to third. That is grabbed by the third baseman, Maddie Van Zee, who will also come to the plate. This next half inning, it's the middle of the order, 4-5-6 due up for Pella Christian as a much-needed 1-2-3 inning. Just 9 pitches on the inning throughout.
Well, it is a lot different than what Roseboom has done so far throughout, where she's averaging probably close to 20 pitches an inning.
So Bryn Roseboom will come to the plate. Reached on an error, came around to score. Last time up, I believe that was back in the 4th. As the top of the 6th, Warriors 6 out away from their 5th win of the season.
Switch. Payoff for the Eagles, top of the 6, number 23, Brandon.
Get that back. So, let's see.
Top 6 inning here from Norwalk starts with a called first strike to the cleanup hitter, Bryn Roseboom. Runs outside, makes it 1-1. This one lands in front of the right fielder, as that will be a lead single here in the top of the inning.
Back for PC, number 4, Maddie Van Zee.
Roseboom's second time on base today. And now Van Zee comes to plate, was out on a sac bunt. Does not offer, but it's in there for a strike anyway. As down playing in, comes in about halfway down that baseline. Gets this one on the ground. Williams covering second. Gets the first out of the inning. Second straight sac bunt for Van Zee. Does move Roseboom over to second. And we'll bring Finley Snyder to the plate.
Now at bat for Pella Christian, number 15, Finley Snyder.
Able to sneak that one in with the first strike. The delivery from Crick. Swing and a miss there for Snyder. Looking for the strikeout here. This one lifted over. Moving back. Williams grabs it. Making out 2 outs with Heisman coming out trying to extend the inning.
Now I have Pella Christian, number 7.
A single could eat into this Warriors lead. They trail by 4 with 4 outs left for them. 2 outs at the top of the 6th. This one hit down the first base line. That's fair. They're going to send Rose Boom. That'll be an easy score for her. And an RBI single for for Maya Heisman.
You called it, Tyler. Single may cut into the lead, and that's exactly what happened.
So big RBI there for Heisman with 2 outs. And it looks like it'll be a pinch hitter, number 15, Kennedy Steinkamp, hitting for Hannah Roseboom, who was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. First at bat of the season for Steinkamp. First pitch is a ball. Steinkamp, another 8th grader, playing up this year. Comes up empty on strike 1. That's Crick trying to end the inning with no further damage. Warriors lead 6-3 after the RBI single by Heisman. A quick 1-2 count. Crick on the payoff pitch. That one definitely high and inside, but the 8th grader Steinkamp swung on it anyway and fouls it out of play. Another one fouled.
Steinkamp doing a really good job just staying alive, back-to-back foul balls, just stay in count. The Eagles really got to do everything that they need to stay in this game with one runner, and you really don't want to strand them in this situation.
Got underneath this one, but hitting into a good spot. Peters there, able to come flying in. 1 run scored here as Roseboom comes around after the single. We go into the bottom of the 6th inning. Warriors in charge, 6-3. We'll be right back.
No, right? Normally the I don't remember when they were warming up. When it was 6 o'clock. I think that game you should just play sound of noise.
Now at bat for the Warriors, bottom of the fingers, number 24, Elliott. We're trying to commit strike.
All right.
How do you do? So proud.
At the top of the order, Allie Williams leading things off in the bottom of the sixth inning.
Go, Paul. Stress.
James takes that one in the dirt.
You say something.
Sure did not.
Oh, let me call it.
Warriors looking for their first hit from leadoff position today. Has Williams 0 for 2. We did see the Livingston pinch hit for her and went on strikes. This one charged into left field, but coming back to make the catch is left fielder for the first out of the inning. Top of the order 0 for 4 today.
Therapy. Yeah. I'm going to.
Now to bring up Danny Peters. Peters pulls back on the first pitch. It is a ball. Reached on an error by the pitcher. And then while stealing second, ball got all the way into the outfield, came around on the error. Takes a second pitch outside for ball 2. Very effective game for Peters so far. Pair of stolen bases and 2 runs scored. 1 for 2 with a walk. As this one lifted out of play. Two 1 count to the center fielder. Takes that one high and inside for ball 3. We've already seen Peters swipe a pair of banks, and she gets on base. Expect her to take off for second at any point. Somehow got the outside corner. Looked like it was outside, but they'll take any boost they can get. Warriors see if they can get some extra insurance runs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. As this one is fouled. Warriors looking for their 5th straight win after an 0-3 start to the season. Peters goes down, throw over to first in time.
Now at bat for Warriors, number 22.
I believe it's the 3rd strikeout of the game. 4th strikeout for the pitcher Rose Boom. And Hadley Michael will come to the plate. 0 for 1 officially with a pair of walks.
Wish the Pirates would have one. Put 2 arms up her balls.
Quick 2-0 count here to shortstop. Michael taking all the way on these first 3 pitches. Could be the last offensive half inning for the Warriors. As this one hit straight at the center fielder, over the head. Gets away from Kakmarinsky. They will hold Michael up at second as she gets a 2-out double. Keep the inning going.
Now at that the Warriors number 7, Grace Fornero.
Bordenero comes back to the plate, 1 for 3 on the day with a single her last time up.
That was Michael's 9th hit on the year. First double.
Bordenero takes that one on the outside corner for a called strike 1. Be interesting to see what the matchup is in game 2 of this doubleheader as she comes up empty on the swing. Strong chance we'll see Hadley Michael in the circle for the Warriors, but could also be Garvey or Williams, the other two that have started games this season. But no one else has started a game for the Eagles this year. Slow grounder over to second in time. 4-3 ground out. Ends the bottom of the 6th. 121 pitches. Likely the hit for Roseboom on the day. We go into the last half inning. Libby Johnston will lead things off with Kekmarinsky and Roseboom to follow. And that has been a trio that has done some damage here today.
Yeah, Johnson has come up twice already and singled in her first at bat of the night. And that's what you want to see from Johnson is just getting on to the bases early, because if you can let the rest of your team who has shown that they can put bat to the ball early, that is how you can get those 3 runs and tie this ball game up or potentially take the lead.
Roseboom will be due up 3, trying to avoid the loss tonight. Has a little pop in the bat, 1 home run the first 3 games of the season. And I'll be hoping maybe she's got 1 more in her here tonight. 6-3 lead for the Warriors. 3 runs ahead, 3 outs to grab. As Leah Crick, the junior, looking for the complete game. Has 5 strikeouts on the evening. Has 3 more outs to get to come away with the win. Infield plays like they have against her and Kekmarinsky all night. Jefferson singled over the third baseman's head the first time. Grounded out to short last time up. Takes the first pitch inside for ball 1.
That's a beautiful shot.
So a 1-1 count now, as I was incorrect on the first pitch. This one goes foul down the line. Giving chase was the left fielder, as Garvey couldn't quite get there. That'll make it 1-2 now. So 2 strikes on Johnston. Trying to look for a big strikeout here to start the top of the 6th. Slow roll right back to Crick. 1-3 ground out. Top of the order now, Kekmarinsky and Roseboom. The last opportunities in game 1 of 4. This squad. Called strike at the knees to Kekmarinsky. Single to first time up, flew out to left field, and last time reached on an error before being stranded over at third. Goes right back to short, and a lot of speed going down that first base line. And they're going to say pulled Bordenero off the bag, and Kekmarinsky is safe. Another unforced error allows her to reach. Just pulled the bat or pulled the foot too quick. And Roseboom, a runner on, 1 out in the inning.
That's not what you want if you're the Warrior defense.
Strike at the knees. And it could be, it's your first time playing on this field in game situation. So just got to get used to playing on this turf. That one in 0-2 count now. See if Rick goes into her bag of tricks here. 0-2 count. Pitch outside, Kakmarinsky. Throw down is in there plenty of time. Second steal of the game for the leadoff hitter. Would have been great for a little strike him out, throw him out to end this game, but instead, runner in scoring position and a 1-2 count. This one popped up. Nice snag by Crick. Here in this inning, her defense has struggled to back her up again, so she pulls the Thanos. Fine, I'll do it myself. Records the first 2 outs.
She's had to do quite a few times tonight.
Big swing by Snyder, fouls this one out of play. Snyder, the last chance here in game 1 of the top of the 7th inning for Christian. Oh, 1 goes down and outside for ball 1. That one comes in high. So 2-1 count out of the shortstop. Over 100 pitches on the game makes it a 2-2.
So we've seen this from Crick all night. When she goes down to the count, just battles back.
Crick to complete the game. This one ripped right back up the middle. Kakmarinsky will come around and scores. As Snyder able to handle that pitch and gets the RBI. First hit in 4 at-bats. And the Eagles aren't done yet. Makes it 6-4 now. Make sure I have them on. Thank you. Thank you. First pitch was a ball to Bryn Roseboom. Nice. And a pop out to third base. We'll do it today. Final score 6-4. Both pitchers go the distance. 5 strikeouts on the evening. Just a couple of earned runs, and several of those were unearned against Crick here. As Crick had a good day at the plate as well, but most importantly, picked up the win in the circle. And that will send us to our break in between games. Stay with us. We'll keep the broadcast going, reset everything, and be back with the start of the second game. I expect potentially to see Hadley Michael on the mound for the Warriors. A 2-1 record with a 3.44 ERA. Make sure to come back here in a little bit, and we'll have the start of game 2 here for you on Pardon My French Media.
I've been out for well, anyway. It's like they have like a last day. Like, everybody. She's glad. You gotta have like makeup days. Where are you making yeah, it goes on my lap. Alright, how many months are we going to have it on? Like, like, our last name is school, but yeah, like, 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 whatever class. So you can pay out the end of like 4 or 5.
Do you have room enough?
Yeah, right.
All right, when you go.
I just saw Alex. Oh. It's funny. Are we moving? Are we here? I don't know what you're
I'll tell you a lot.
Facebook from me. Now, cheers. She thinks I'm embarrassing. I knew it was going by. I don't know. I think you can do that. Yes. I don't care. I'm gonna go talk. So fun. I did see Addie. I don't know. Addie. I don't know what. Like really? Same. I just get I did 7.
Allie. Mom's picture is there with this stuff. Sugar will. Sure, I didn't know. Let's keep picture. Gotta be so. Five. I don't know, but they trying to return. Well, no. That's on there right now. So I'm assuming that's the second game. Otherwise, they're dragging it out. Okay. I just looked at their board.
You can I know. You're probably supposed to bring like 5 turns. Yeah. He's like, yeah. He's like, no, I don't think that's I put it on my feet.
Oh,
Where can you go? Like 20 times. I would ask I don't care. They were giving us stairs. I'm taking out my friend. Yeah. My choir tour. I got mine off like 13 months ago. It's like 5 grade sometimes. Yeah, I really hope I so like I've been trying to nail myself down. I don't think how much. I just I Sally's room. Yeah. It was rough. Gross. If you want us that big, yeah, I think you know, they don't make sense. I was being my own relaxed, like, oh, what's this? Yeah. Like, the street it? No. Exactly. Ariana. I already told those. I don't know. That's a good question, Dad. Did you give me a straight? I owe you one thing. I got Grandma. I got boosted up to him. I'm juiced. Never tomorrow. Grandma, you should give me a brand. I go. It's tomorrow. Butter. The bag. Oh, yeah. And right. And right. Lemon. And it's right.
Yeah, clap here too. Yeah, there we go. Player. And he's like, we want to have that. So that's what and big because the conclusions they're not their picture inside their it has to be a player eventually. I don't get it why but this he's saying how it's when he's still for 20 great creation. Look, since so awesome. And they're gonna first oh, fine. I don't know. Oh. In the second inning, no, no. The very first one I'm talking about. What's happening? Okay. How long, man? Last week, yeah, that's good. Everyone can do it. Yeah, that's not I see person right now. I had a split translation. With the vinegar tastes good to me. That's what I like about it. That's why I use my potato salad. It's a little more genius. And you know,
Like that girl. I didn't know. Yeah. Brian. Yeah. Yeah. See what? Website for all things.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, sixth game action coming up.
Oh, that. Oh,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, leading off for the Christian. Top of the first for 19, Rachel Kakmaris. On the mound for the Warriors, number 5, Lily.
Welcome back to Norwalk for game 2 of the doubleheader. The Norwalk Warriors taking on the Pella Christian Eagles. In the first one, the Warriors got the better of the Eagles, where they took home the W, winning 6-4. Now they come back for game 2. This time on the mound for the Warriors, it is number 5, Lily Garvey. She will be pitching tonight, and this is her second start, third time pitching for the Warriors this season. Leading off for the Pella Christian Eagles is Rachel Kakmarinski. First pitch into the dirt for Garvey, bringing up an 1-0 count for Kakmarinski and the Eagles. Trying to start off a little bit better than they did in first game. They did get a run in that first game, and it will start with a bunt single from Kakmarinsky to start off the game.
And that's exactly what you like to see. Kakmarinski, a very prototypical leadoff hitter. Not necessarily a lot of power, but she has some of the best speed on this team, maybe on either side. She showed that swiping a couple bases, earned the game 33 for 33 last season, and expect to see her take off at some point here in game 2.
Pitch 1 to Laurel Roseboom, who's now playing at third, is called a strike, giving up an 0-1 count. Kakmarinsky had a single in her first at bat in last game, so just equaling that in this one. As pitch number 2 to Roseboom is called strike, so 0-2 count going down early is Roseboom.
And the Warriors shifting around their defense a little bit here in game 2. Emma Banks getting the start at second as Kakmarinsky is going to swipe the bag, but a big strikeout there.
Yeah, big strikeout from Garvey, knocking down Roseboom early. But Kakmarinsky does, as you mentioned, get on to base 2 with for stolen base.
but they move Hadley Michael over to third, and Allie Williams is going to be playing short to begin this game.
So now up is Chloe Snyder, the shortstop for Pella Christian. Pitch incoming, low to the dirt. Nice grab out of the catcher, Brooklyn Lenovich.
Yeah, Lonovic getting the start behind the plate as well. Haley Hook, not in the opening lineup to begin this game, had a great first game.
As that ball is ripped from Snyder up the middle. Will go home is Kakmarinsky, and that ball just goes way behind Lonovich, who had to stay at the base to cover Kakmarinsky, and Snyder will go all the way to third.
Yeah, essentially a RBI single and then advanced on the throw and error. But another early run, very similar to what we saw from the Eagles in game one, helping on the first couple of at-bats.
So now up is the second of the three Roseboom sisters. Bryn Roseboom will take ball one into the dirt. Runners in scoring position is Chloe Snyder, who off of the error from the center fielder turned her single into a triple. Pitch two. Cannot catch the inside corner. Gets called a ball. Garvey, a really solid pitcher coming in. Now, does have a little bit of a higher ERA with 8 on the year as that third pitch comes up high. So Roseboom up early in the count 3-0. And that one will be taken as a strike. The curve comes in.
Really thought that was going to be inside, but catching that lower corner third, that is exactly the type of pitch you needed. And hopefully they can battle back and see if they can get the strikeout.
And then we're gone with the
And that one's a foul tip. Roseboom just gets her bat on it. You could tell that she was not happy that she put that, because if she pulled it away, it probably would have been called a ball 4. Coming in a little high now. Count is full. So great out of Garvey to get back into a full count. Pitch comes, swung on into the gap between left and center, driving in the second run. Snyder comes in and scores as Roseboom and the Eagles get a hot start in the first inning in game 2.
And we saw them start to put some spurts together in game 1, but really couldn't turn it into consistent runs. This is their first multi-run inning in either game, and I think it was because Leah Crick was able to kind of shut the door on them, and Garvey showing a little bit of her inexperience here, needing to battle back.
As you mentioned, Garvey, this is just her second start, even with that senior experience. Just a little bit of a rushing. We saw that from the Warriors in the game 1. Their first inning was their worst inning. Just a little bit of that rustiness. We'll see it again. As pitch 2, after the first being called a strike, that was a foul tip off number 4, Maddie Van Steen, the pitcher facing pitcher.
And even going back to last year, Garvey didn't get a lot of run time, just 16 innings and 8 appearances last season.
That ball's high. So it's a 1-2 count. Coming into this one. Bryn Roseboom is on first. As the fourth pitch comes in from this exchange into the dirt. So a 2-2 count now. Great battle from Van Zee, who was down in the count for the first 2 pitches, now tying it up. That's a strike 3, swung on, missed it. Maddie Van Zee, a great K out.
Let's see if that can boost some confidence here for Garvey on the mound.
Strike.
You know, she is senior, is one of the 3 major upperclassmen leaders on this team among the senior class and see if she can kind of set herself into a rhythm. The 2 early runs hurt, but a strikeout can be a big confidence booster.
That it can be. We see that confidence as the first pitch being called a strike right down the middle on number 13, Fidley Snyder, the catcher. An 0-1 count. Roseboom still on first. That ball's high. 1-1 now is the count.
Van Z an early opportunity and couldn't help out her own cause. Now Snyder trying to back up her battery mate with a run at first.
Low and inside the pitch from Garvey. Putting Snyder up in the count 2-1. If you're the Warriors, you would really like to get this out here and just stop the bleeding as that one comes up high and outside. 3-1 now. If you're Garvey, you really just got to settle in now. Really got to fight back for these next couple of pitches. That one down the middle, but fouled away from Snyder. Great pitch out of Garvey. Get backing into the count. It's now full. 3-2 with 2 outs, 1 on. Pitch in. Swung on. Grounds it. Pitcher. And calling it safe. Just missed it. Tying going to the runner. So a great just lofter from Snyder to get onto first and advance Roseboom into scoring position. Runners now first and second with number 7, the left fielder, Maya Heisman, coming up to the plate.
And I don't know if it was just like a slow approach coming out of the crouch for Lonovic behind the plate or coming out of the pitch for Garvey, but neither of them really getting to that ball quick, allowing that extra step down the line that ended up being a safe call for Snyder at first.
Just below the corner is the call, so it'll be 1-0 for Heisman. And a watch eye from Heisman gets it into a 2-0 count. That ball just a little bit to the outside. That one right down the middle for a called strike. Good pitch out of Garvey to stay in the count. 2-1 now.
And a big situation here. Got to try and get out of this with no further damage done.
And that's a grounder to the shortstop. Low throw to first, but it gets it to go. So Heisman will ground out in a 6-3 third out call as we go into the bottom half of the first inning. The Eagles get on top first, 2-0.
Taking the mound for Pella Christian, number 4, Maddie Van Zee. Leading off for the Warriors, Bob in the first, number 1, Richard Lonovic.
Back here in Norwalk, the Eagles of Pella Christian on the board early with 2 runs to start the game, coming off of Rachel Kakmarinsky and Chloe Snyder both coming in to score. Now on the mound, on the defense side for the Eagles, is number 4, Maddie Van Zee, getting her first pitching appearance for the Eagles this season and her first start on the year.
Yeah, did have some experience last year as a junior. Went 3-2 in 9 appearances, 5 starts, a 3.18 batting average against, and an 8.94 ERA. So they're hoping to see if she can provide a little senior leadership for this rotation. And this is the first start for someone other than Rosen all season. So it'll be interesting to see how her stuff translates into her senior year.
Pitch 1 getting called a strike. That ball curving inside, so a strike 2 now. Count is 1-2 from Maddie Van Zee. We mentioned earlier it was Haley Hook who took the catching position game, and now it's the leadoff batter for the Warriors, Brooklyn Lanovich, who fouls that 4th pitch away. Still 1-2.
Lonovic, her 3rd start of the year, does have 4 RBIs already on the season, so a couple big hits. Both of her hits this year have been extra bases, so see if she can get them started. As Dove has some pop in the bat, as we just see on a long foul down the left field line.
Seen that a couple times from a lot of hitters, especially the righties, trying to pull it to the left. A lot of pop. I like that one from Lanovic. Just goes a little bit too far to the left. Fouls. And that one she straightens out, but it's bobbled from the 3rd baseman. Number 10, Laura Roseboom, just got off the circle from last game. Now coming in to the 3rd base. Just couldn't get a full grasp on that ball.
And even though you don't get a traditional base hit, you'll take what you can get, especially with Peters and Michael. Your next 2 hitters due up.
Peters and Michael both had very strong game 1s. We saw from Peters a couple of scores, 2 scores to say that, and a couple stolen bases, so she can get on. Watch out for her speed.
Lonovic is also a threat on the base paths, not your typical catcher.
And speak of the devil, as you say, right as you're saying that, Lonovic gets in for the stolen base, her first of the season. 1-0 the count after that pitch get called a little bit too far to the outside for a ball 1 to Peters.
For top of the order last year, where we saw Nia Holbert, Carly Brewer, Maddie Golian, and uh, Birmingham. Throughout a lot of those games, a lot of power, where we didn't see necessarily a lot of production from the 5-3-9 hitters. It's a lot of speed at the top of this order as we see an infield single from Danny Peters.
Danny Peters just getting on a little tapper down the 3rd base line. And not only does it advance Lonovic to 3rd base, but her speed can be seen as she just whips it to the 1st base. So now, runners on the corner, runner on the scoring position as Hadley Michael comes up to the plate. No outs yet for the Warriors. Roseboom delivers, and Peters will get a free base as they check down back to the 3rd base line to keep Lonovic on 3rd.
So 2 runners in position. This is probably the best set of hitters you want coming up.
That it is. You have Hadley Michael next up, Grace Bardenero and Molly Harper up on deck and in the lookout position. 1-1 count now. A great sinker of a pitch as Michael swings and misses. 1-2 is the count.
Yeah, definitely had her out on her front foot on that pitch. And Michael kicking herself, not getting a piece of that one.
And she gets a piece of that one. Will it drop right into the glove of the right fielder? Now into a pickle. Everybody gets back safely, but danger from the Warriors as Peters and Lanovic almost get caught.
Yeah, a great throw from Steinkamp, the right fielder, hitting that one home, not allowing the runner to come in on a sac fly.
Now Grace Bordenero coming up to the plate. Had a rough first game, striking out on a couple and just not able to really get anything started. Did single in the fifth. The first pitch will get called a strike from Maddie Van Zee.
And some good falling action right now to a lot of these pitches from Van Zee, not allowing a lot of power behind him, trying to get people to roll over on top of it.
Okay.
And that one in the exact same place. 0-2 count now. As Bardenero.
And Van Zee, not a pitcher that records a lot of strikeouts, pitches to a lot of contact, only 6 strikeouts in 30 innings last year.
And swinging a miss. Bardenero goes down at 3 straight pitches.
Yeah, went chasing after that last one. Def wants that swing back. And now Harper, the last chance for the Warriors to avoid
Now at bat for Norwalk, number 7.
going 0 for 3 with 2 runners in scoring position.
It's exactly what you don't want to happen. Molly Harper now. And she'll get hit as it juices the bases with a full-on. Emma Banks comes up to the bat. Banks does have one of the Warriors' 2 home runs on the year. And if she can do it on her home territory in the new stadium, this is the exact point where you want to do it with full bases. And gets a hold of it and dropped by the left fielder. 1 run will go. Here comes a second. It's a 2 RBI double for Emma Banks as it ties up the ball game 2-2.
Second error of the inning leads to 2 runs scoring. Disastrous turn of events right there after a great top of the first. Ends up in an all for naught. Let's see if Allie Williams can turn it around. Went 0 for 3 in game 1.
That's Allie Williams up to bat. And that one's going to go behind the catcher. And another score comes in. Molly Harper comes in to give the Warriors the lead. And all thanks to that double that pushed everybody around from Emma Banks. Allie Williams now. That one does not get called a strike, just a little bit too far to the outside. So 2-0 is the count. Runner still in scoring position. It's Banks on third. That one's low, and it's going to drop into center. So scoring is Banks as Williams records herself an RBI.
Big time for Allie Williams' first hit of the game, and all of this damage coming with 2 outs. Warriors got their first 2 runners on, their next 2 went down, and now they've been able to score 4 runs with 2 outs on the board. A great 2-out rally for this squad.
That is when it looked like you might strand runners in scoring position. Now you have 4 runs on the board as Williams will get in for the slide and a stolen base from Allie Williams.
And we were talking about it in game 1. The Warriors averaged just over 1 steal per contest last season. This year, getting after it, had 15 through the first 4.5 contests and already 2 here in the first inning.
As that one's ripped on into right field, Steinemacher gets the 3rd out to end the damage as they came into the inning up 2. Norwalk comes out of the first inning up 2. 4-2 is the score as we go into the second inning. Norwalk leading.
We jumped, but we didn't make it work like we did first inning last game. So it's like for the most pitching and at bat, it's still it's very well. Oh, well, you always look like fresh. Yeah, shots. That's a great goal. Right there, you're never. 5-0. Yeah, eventually, just get quarantines off. Same shit. I did not. Well, he's 100-meter dash champion. And that's why he's so fast. Yeah, well, game food. Indeed. Just saying. Space tour.
Back at the top of the second inning, Norwalk, after an explosive bottom of the first, goes up on the lead 4-2 as Garvey pitches to Kennedy Steinkamp to lead off for the Pella Christian Eagles. That ball is into the dirt for a ball 1-1-0 count. Second one incoming. They're going to say hi for Steinkamp as it goes 2-0 onto the count. And that one's a swing and a miss. Great pitch from Garvey as Steinkamp reaches for that one. 2-1 count now. The 28 pitches from Garvey in the first as she's trying to get out of this one with less strain on the arm as that one is fouled away from Steinkamp out of the park. That one's just a little low and outside. So the count full for the leadoff Steinkamp. And that one's crushed down the middle in the gap between left and center. Steinkamp gets a single to start. Another hot start for the Eagles, who in back-to-back innings get a first batter single.
Yeah, and a great approach from Steinkamp, able to fight off a couple tough pitches, wait back on some other ones, and got a pitch he liked, drove it, and could have easily been extra base hits if not for the speed of Peters in center field.
Now up to the plate to round out the order for the Eagles, number 25, the second base, Libby Johnston.
And I would expect definitely to see a sac bunt here, trying to get a runner in scoring position for the top of the order. That, especially for Kakrinski, he's had a great doubleheader.
That one a little high as Johnson watches it go. So 1-0 count. We saw quite a few sac bunts in the last game. That one's low and outside, and it's going to send the runner. So Steinkamp will get the stolen base off the wild pitch. And the count will be now in the favor of the Eagles and Johnston, who has a 2-0 count with runners in scoring position. Garvey unloads. Out one down the middle for a strike called. Way to stay in it from Garvey. You've seen that time and time again from her already early in this game. Even if it's a 2-0 count, Don't count Garvey out because she can get back into it. And now tying up the count 2-2, swing and a miss, Johnston.
Do want to give a shout out for Kennedy Steinkamp. It was her first career varsity hit. An eighth grader playing up and picks up a stolen base in the process as well.
And that one's hit. And it's caught by the left fielder. Leah Crick.
Crick with the catch. Top of the order, Christian, number 19, Pat Moritz.
And we'll see how the Warriors handle Kak Marinsky. Now with one out and a runner on second.
Pitch one inside the Crick. 1-0 count. And we've mentioned Kak Marinsky. She already has 6 stolen bases on the year. And it comes from that speed, winning the 100-meter dash at the state tournament just this year. She gets on the base again. Watch out for her speed. As that hit also puts runners into scoring position and on the corners. With Steinkamp to third and Kak Marinsky on the first.
Yeah, Coach Livingston wants to have a conversation here with the senior Garvey, as the outfield did a great job playing shallow there, allowed for Peters to get a quick throw in, hold that runner at third. But a big hit here from Roseboom after striking out last time, do some major damage.
Yeah, and this is where you strike. You have one out, and you have runners exactly where you want to be, and you could very well have 2 runners into score position with Kak Marinsky being the runner on first, which could very easily be turned into second and even third, depending on the outcome of those moves at bat.
Yeah, I fully expect we're going to see Kak Marinsky take off on his first pitch. There'll be a throw down to third, see if they can catch that runner, but you try taking Kak Marinsky out. 1, you're not going to throw her out. And 2, that's going to allow the runner from third to have a great opportunity to score as well.
So now after that little heart-to-heart to Garvey, she will now come on to face Roseboom. And Roseboom struck out in 3 straight pitches in her first at-bat. That one's low. As we mentioned, Kak Marinsky just walks to second base.
Yeah, does not get credit for an official steal on that, but I don't think she's lacking on steals so far. Has 3 just this evening, 3 more coming in today.
So it goes from low to high, 2 straight balls from Garvey.
Kak Marinsky, just a junior this year as well, multi-sport athlete for this team.
That one will go down center way with a strike to Roseboom. 2-1 is the count.
Big test here for Garvey. Gave up a couple of runs in the first inning. They need her to bounce back right here.
And that one swung on into the shift. Got the out at first. And way to hold him was Allie Williams at shortstop. Getting the out at first and then keeping everybody there. So with 2 on, there's 2 outs. And Chloe Snyder comes up to the plate. She had a single and an RBI in her first at-bat. And she's going to match that or better in this one.
Yeah, was responsible in some way for both of those runs in the first, scoring the second one and having that RBI like you mentioned. A big at-bat here, trying to tie this one up. The way things are looking right now, we could be in for a big offensive game for both of these offenses.
A different story than the first one, where even though there was some offense, it was a lot of defense. And that one's hit from Snyder and caught by the second base, and that's Emma Banks, who gets the out recorded and ends the inning. Avoiding all damage was Garvey, who ends the top of the second, scoreless. As Norwalk still leads it 4-2. We'll be back after a short break.
What? You're going? Good idea. Fantastic. Yes. Yeah, we're all done. I'm good with her. Don't even need any field work. Short one. It's really not getting good.
Leading off for the Warrior, bottom of the second, number 5, Lily Garvey.
Back for the bottom half of the second, and Garvey, who just got out of the pinch she was in on the mound, now comes up to face the opposing pitcher. Maddie Van Zee, the first pitch looked like it caught the corner, but does not. Gets called a ball a little high on it.
Well, you're okay.
Garvey chips it back behind the catcher. 1-1 is the count.
Chance for Garvey to help out her own cause, get on base, and set up the top of this order. Lonovic and Peters already starting off to a great beginning for this game.
That one's too far to the outside as Garvey goes up in the count 2-1. Garvey went 0-3 with one walk and a ground out and a fly out to end her first game. Trying to do a little bit better as that one goes down into the grass, into the turf. 3-1 count. She started her day with a walk in game 1. We'll see if she starts her game 2 with a walk as well. 3-1 count. Ball. She hits it back. And just out of the outstretched glove from number 23, Bryn Roseboom just can't get a full grasp on it as the count is now full 3-2 for Lily Garvey. Pitching. That one straightens out a little bit and tracked down by the second baseman. Libby Johnson gets that out as Pella Christian gets one out on the board as we go back to the top of the order. Brooklyn Lonovic.
Yeah, would have liked potentially a little bit more battle there. Went after a pitch that was probably a little bit outside.
As the first one will not make its way. Called ball. So the 1-0 count, that one's going to fly right in front of us. Great catch from the fans as the count evens out 1-1 to Brooklyn Lonovic.
Lonovic came around on that error back in first, scored, and stole a base.
Way outside on that third pitch to Lonovic as the count goes 2-1. Van Zee delivers. That one straightened out. A little air to and it's riled in by the center fielder. Rachel Kaklinski gets the second out of the bottom of the inning for the Eagles.
Yeah, there's not a lot of players that can cover as much as ground as she can out there.
21.
So Danny Peters now coming on. She reached and scored in her first at bat in this game 2 as she takes ball 1 to start this at bat. Just outside for a ball 2. And despite being down in the count in all three of the first at bats, Van Z has able to get 2 straight outs, and it's from the attackingness of this Norwalk offense, just attacking with little success in the second inning. We saw a lot of success in the first inning, not so much now, as that ball will paint the outside corner. It called a strike, so 2-1 count as Van Z fights. Second one, trying to paint that same side, but just a little bit too far out. 3-1 count now.
Yeah, you mentioned that the Warriors kind of got a little aggressive in that first inning, just 19 pitches, even with 4 runs allowed.
And that one will bounce off the glove of Van Z, and that's going to be reaching on an error.
I think that one you would probably mark as a
Maybe
hit. That's a
hit.
tough play to make. Even if that gets past, that's a strong chance that it's going to be a tough throw to get Peters over at first. Either way, the Warriors will take a runner on base even with 2 outs. They scored 4 runs with 2 outs in the first inning and now get an opportunity with their center fielder and arguably their best runner now on base.
And it came from this side of the lineup with Hadley Michael, who really started to get that 2-out rally to go. She'll try to do it again as Peters goes, and that ball just way too far to the left from the catcher.
Number 22,
Finley side is too far to the right, I should say, as Peters gets in very easily as she records another stolen base.
Had 2 of them in the first game and picks up her 3rd of the evening on that play.
So 5 total on the year for Peters as the count goes 1-0 to Michael. And that one's going to be low. All 2 into Michael. With runners now in scoring position, they can get some more runs on the board. That one's going to hit the bottom of the plate and get called for a strike.
And I think that's what Coach Livingston was probably talking to his team about, trying to show some more patience. Don't go after every pitch. And we've seen that here over the last 2 at-bats now for Michael and Peters.
That one goes on the outside for this right-handed pitcher. Right-handed hitter.
Well, you were correct both ways.
Both ways, either way, but I meant to say hitter. That's the 3-1 count now. That one's hit on, but easily tracked down by Kakrinsky, who gets 2 straight flyouts to her side to round out the lineup for the Warriors, who go scoreless in this one. And it's a scoreless affair for both sides in this second inning as the score stays 4-2. We'll be back for the top of the third.
I'll be all ears. Be good. Hey, I already told him to shut up. Yeah. So, text you.
running off an Eagles, third.
Back for the third inning. It's Danny Peters who was stranded at second by the Pella Christian defense as they now come up to bat. The first pitch from Garvey's low as number 23, Bryn Roseboom will get things started in the third for the Eagles.
Roseboom, a couple of defensive plays here so far today. Had the big RBI single.
As she gets a hit in between left and center, the Eagles have really liked that part of the outfield as they've hit about 4 already today right there as Roseboom will get another single to start a great game 2 for her.
And I think they may be bringing a courtesy runner in, but no, it looks like they are going to move forward, and that'll bring Van Z to the plate.
So the pitcher now faces the opposing pitcher. The bunt will go right back into the screen for a strike one.
Romy. No, come here, please.
So time as Roseboom ties her shoe at first base. Van Z struck out in her first at bat. Now for her second at bat. Garvey unloads and it's a bunt again. And too hard on the throw. From third to first, the shift. It's a little too hard on that one.
Yeah, another error here by the defense tonight. And just a rocket. Probably one that Michael did not need to throw as hard as she did. But now Pella Christian cooking with runners in scoring position and no one out.
That's exactly what the Eagles need to do if they want to tie this game up. And yeah, Finley Snyder, who got on base in her first at bat, trying to drive in some runners now. And a strike right on that outside side. As Garvey goes up 0-1 on the count. Snyder trying to drive in both of these runners. She has two on the year. As that one will go right in between short second. Driving in one and the second. So a great punch by Snyder as both Roseboom and Van Z come in to score, tying up the ball game 4-4.
No, that never said that. My high school.
A big hit right back up the middle, sent it forward, and we are right in the middle of a big offensive showing. 4 runs on either side so far.
So now up to the plate is Maya Heisman. Another bunt. That one goes foul. This Pella Christian team not afraid to bunt. They've done it. They did it a lot in that first game, and now again in this second one.
Yeah, trying to move Snyder over into scoring position with Steinkamp coming up, who had the single and then ended up getting all the way to third before being out home.
So the 0-1 to Heisman now from Garvey. Unloads it. Bunt again. That one tips. And it's going to call her out as she pretty much hit it into herself off of the plate.
Best case scenario there for the Warriors. I don't know how to mark that in the book, so I'm just going to say runner interference.
I think that's what the ump said as he pointed to the ground and then called him out. Either way, it's out with Snyder still on first. The pitch now to Steinkamp is a strike down the middle. Steinkamp had a big single in stolen base, but was eventually left stranded in the second inning. That one's called strike again for number 2.
Yeah, offered at it, tried holding back, but just got that swing too far out there. That's going to get called 10 times out of 10.
So a little antsy from Steinkamp as she goes down the count. That one goes inside from Garvey, making it 1-2. Snyder staying honest at first, not getting too big of a lead. As that one's a strike, they're going to call it a foul tip.
Barely staying alive there. Garvey took some out and had her on her front foot, but just had a piece of it to stay alive.
Must be the headphones. I did not hear a thing on that one. And now that one is a back-to-back swing, and that time it's a miss. As strike three gets called, Steinkamp out swinging, bringing up Libby Johnson in the bottom of the order.
And what about back here? Giving up the 2 runs could have completely unraveled. Gets back-to-back outs. Obviously, one a little bit of a benefit of the doubt on the runner interference, but either way, probably would have been an out at first. But this is the type of battle back you need from your senior.
That it is. She slides that one into a strike. 0-1 count now for Johnston. Garvey goes, and that one's a poker. And gets the out at first. Michael puts a little less on it, doesn't gun it as she did earlier in the inning as it's recorded for out one. Bardonaro has to end the inning as the score's tied now 4-4 into the bottom of the third.
This pizza place over on the south side called Pizza. That's good. I don't think it's yeah, Southwest 9. So over on the south side.
Leading off the Warriors, bottom of the third, number 10, Grace Bordenero.
Now for the bottom of the third to get back into the lead. It's Bordenaro and the Warriors trying to get out hot like they did in the first inning. If we follow the pattern that Pella Christian has set, it's 4 runs on the horizon for the Warriors in this one because Pella Christian went 2-0-2, and now it's Norwalk with 4-0 in scores in the first innings. That one's outside for a ball 1 to Bordenero. Second one outside as well for a 2-0 count to start this top of the third. Bordenero struck out in her first at-bat tonight of the second game. And that one will be just outside for the third straight pitch. Benzie really trying to get that outside side, about that corner, but can't get it to go on their first 3 pitches. And that time it hits the corner.
I thought the last one was actually closer.
I don't disagree, as that one's 3-1 count to Bordenero. And that's going to be a ball 4. All 5 pitches went right to that outside side, and 4 of them did not paint the edge.
See if the Warriors can start putting something together. Molly Harper had the hit by pitch, came around to score. And it looks like we're going to have a courtesy runner. It is Braylon Erlmeyer coming in for Bordenero.
Runner first, number 14, Braylon Erlmeyer.
Erlmeyer will try to get things going on the base path, with Harper coming in to bat.
And Harper showed some of that power, had a big double almost to the fence back in game 1.
I can't tell if that was just a mispitch or a pitch to try to bait the runner. Either way, it's a sliding steal by Erlmeyer, who gets the stolen base. 1-0 count now. That one will go outside as well. Van Zee, for probably, I'd say, the 7th pitch in a row, has really tried to get that outside to go, but hasn't been able to get it just yet.
Yeah, the calls are not going her way on that outside corner.
And that's the 3rd straight ball from the outside side. Harper way up in the count now, with runners in scoring position. Kromeyer on second. 4th pitch to go, and that one's going to be back-to-back walks from Van Zee, as Harper will go to first.
At bat for Norwalk, number 11, Emma Banks.
Banks now up to the plate, and if you remember from inning 1, she had that big 2-run RBI single, or double, I should say, that drove in 2 runs.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be a conversation here. Don't know if they're going to pull Van Zee or what the call is, but it looks like there is some defensive changes coming in. It looks like they may actually been bringing Roseboom back into pitch. Threw over 120 pitches in the first game, but we've seen crazier things. Yeah, it looks like Z coming out of the game. So yeah, it looks like it'll be Roseboom coming back in.
Roseboom got a short 2-inning break between her last pitching, and now will come in back to the circle to warm up.
I was in a really tough spot with Emma Banks coming to the plate.
No outs, 1 runner in scoring position, another on first, and the big hitter from Banks. Last time Banks was up, it was bases loaded, and she moved 2 in, and moved the last to third, and she got the double. Roseboom all set now. As her first pitch of the game 2 comes in, and it's fouled away by Banks.
So 48 pitches on the evening for Van Zee. She is responsible for both runners on.
So 0-1 count. And that one smacked by Banks right to the third baseman, who gets the 5-3 unassisted double play.
Huge double play there.
Back for the Warriors, number 24, Allie.
And now Allie Williams coming up. Had the single and stolen base earlier, but in a huge spot. Trying to get that lead back for Norwalk.
That one's low and inside to the lefty hitter, to the righty hitter. It's the lefty pitcher now. That one's hit down the third baseline and just swipes it to first.
What bounce back here. They take Van Zee out, and Roseboom comes in and puts down both hitters to get her team out of the jam and send us tied into the top of the 4th.
first. It's clean bird. So they may have just put her down here. I've done that for a long other way. I know what you mean. Or this argument to some more interesting. So we had grand yellow left. Yeah, and they got the top of the order.
Leading off Pella Christian, number 19, Rachel Kakamarin.
Oh! Hold the phone. Popcorn! Oh, yes, yes. Went to turn off baseball and baseball.
Back for the top of the fourth. We will go back to a break as we experience some technical difficulties with the lights of the ballpark going all the way off. But yeah, we will stop back for another break as we cannot see the field.
That was a good one. Play power. No, do not break down. Like that out. So if you like to play on the bike to your house. Max, what do you do? I said my blend into white lights. What? Other tabs. Excuse tires. Oh. Well, it's not for sure. That's why I always stayed in the stretch. Everything's right.
Sure.
So yeah, we're gonna do it early this game, right? Oh, you have one more off. What things to do? So we have one. I mean, I know. I got all of them to give us out. Folks, we have been sitting here.
Well, folks, we have been sitting here for a while, so we encourage everyone to stand, stretch their legs, and do a little fourth inning stretch.
Everyone puts their phone by side to feel like you can everybody don't touch it. Oh, you gave it to open. I'm fine. So good. Great bar, that's box. And the thanks, John. Back up on us. That's it. Got like a Hold up. John Ford one. Why are those like that? That's oh, good. And it takes around 20 minutes for the power down and power back up. Yeah. So we're just in the process of everything's back on.
40 minutes?
So is this?
So they're going to come back on?
Yes.
Oh.
The lights are good. Just takes power. You say, power. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been told the lights are good. They just take a little time to power down and power back up. So if you hang with us for another 15 minutes or so, we should have the lights back on. And we'll continue this game.
15 minutes. Yeah, Isaac there.
Remember that? Remember the time that Norwalk's opening game, like went on and we have to there for and you're gonna hear all of them like, oh my god, look at back at 12 o'clock, we're gonna light stream out. You think you're like there?
Lights also on. Oh, yeah. So. Playing voice baseball. Five feeling something. Have to make stay or what's that moon? Oh, probably to legal shit. Well, I know. Well, I can still I don't want to be able to go by. Jody Florida State. Go get his bonus. Wow. Well, we play hockey at home. You know, we can't at home. Hey, ready, Colin. Colin's ready. Ready. Come on, Colin.
I was watching them. That's hey, yeah, what? Yeah, okay, thanks.
Oh yeah, no, that's decent. That was actually what we expect to happen. It's up there on the first hand door. I would that means wait, and I was not the kind of I'm gonna say it hides the game. Oh, I'm fine. Let's play. Every artist coach told them to go. They down. Okay, I was gonna say, love you. That's all it is. Fixing what? Like, live his dead ass spot. She's I gotta go. Oh, they wouldn't see us. Huh? Ready. Ready. You're not doing me? Too bad I was better. It's fun team. We got to jump around and pump it up. Don't mind this hot. Grace, go to Wisconsin. Hey, something in the hat. 16. What? Did you know what's coming back? What's Harley now? That's really hard to do. You're the winner. Really? Oscar's the winner. So, you think you are up? Listen, everybody. That's the little question. Well, I just like it says, the base just so goes like in the wall. It's like solve this like right here.
Bring it down for the Warriors, number 22, Athlete Michael.
That's the best. First of all, it's like challenge and then have Owen, I don't know. You answered one first, and I answered you walking the right here. I have things. Yeah, can I turn up?
Back after the technical difficulties from the stadium, the lights are back on, so that means so are we. And that's a high pitch inside, almost hitting the leadoff batter at the top of the order for the Eagles. Rachel Cack He almost gets hit on that high ball, but it is a pitching change for the Warriors. It's number 22, Hadley Michael, coming in to pitch for the Warriors. That's a low dropper. Karinsky beats the tag. Karinsky, the 100 and 200 state champion for track and field, shows that speed as she beats the force out at first from the grounder and starts it off hot for the Eagles.
Outside of that first one she hit back, outside of that first one that Kat Karinsky hit back in the first game, I don't know if she's really put a ball out of the infield.
That one curves in from Michael. Gets the count in her favor early. 0-1 to Laurel Roseboom.
We'll see if Roseboom continues to come back in and pitch. About half an hour ago, took over as the pitcher in the circle for this Eagles squad and was able to get the last 3 outs
In 4
against the
pitches.
Warriors.
So she swings and misses on the second pitch from Michael. That one's low, so the count's 1-2. Karinsky's staying on the bag. A little surprising. She hasn't tried to steal. As Roseboom pops it up. Hot by number 24, Allie Williams, a shortstop, coming in for the flyout.
Yeah, they've kept a lot of the defense the same. Still Banks at second, Williams at short. And it looks like Down came in at third.
So now up to the plate, it's number 22, Chloe Snyder. With 1 out, Karinsky, she runs now and will get in there safely for another stolen base. And that pitch to Snyder was a ball. So it's a 1-0 count for Snyder. Pitching coming low into the dirt. Nice save from the catcher, Brooklyn Lanovic.
The one I'm interested to see, can't really tell for here if they moved Garvey back to left field where she played in game 1, or if it is still, I believe it is still Leah Crick out in the left.
It's Snyder fouling away. So it's a 2-1 count now with 1 on second base. That's Kaminsky. Kakarinsky gets in off the wild pitch into third. It's a 3-1 count. So way into scoring position is Kakarinsky. Snyder up in the count, 3-1. Michael trying to fight back and keep the lead for her and her Warrior squad. And that one drove in. And it will be sac fly to the right field side. As Molly Harper reports out number 2, but Kakarinsky comes in to give the Eagles a 5-4 lead.
Her third run scored of the game. But now Michael has no one on base, can just focus on getting Roseboom, who has been the bane of the Warriors' existence here in this game. An RBI, 2 hits, and a run scored.
Michael goes low to Roseboom first, and it will be a ball. So it also goes into the dirt.
Michael giving up that run does now put her on the hold for the potential loss if the Warriors are unable to mount a comeback.
But that one goes right down the middle for Michael. So a great pitch in response to the ball in the dirt. 1-1 count for Michael. Second one cannot paint the bottom edge. 2-1 count to Roseboom. Bryn Roseboom, the senior of the three Roseboom seniors and a leader on this team. As she hits that one, Molly Harper riles it in. It looked like she might misguide that ball, but back shoulder catch. Wide receiver it into a third out to end top of the fourth as the Eagles take the lead off of a Kat Marinsky running amazingness and Chloe Snyder driving in.
Not ours.
Signal for the Warriors, bottom of the fourth, number 4, Luca.
Now for the bottom of the fourth, the Warriors coming out, trying to reverse what just happened to them and get back into a tie or take the lead. They trail by 1, 5-4. Laura Roseboom coming in now to pitch still. She came in for 4 pitches in the third to round out the 3 outs that they must needed. And now she keeps pitching as that one won't drop from the leadoff hitter for the Warriors. Lee Crick, I should say, is now 1-1 count.
Yeah, Roseboom getting a huge double play with 2 runners on, and then getting a ground out right after that. Warriors squandering a big opportunity.
That pitch from Roseboom goes inside to the dirt, so a 2-1 count now. Pitch from Roseboom into the dirt from Crick. Cannot beat the force out as it's a 6-3 ground out.
Yeah, and it looks like Alyssa Down takes the place of Garvey.
First pitch to Down will foul away off the top of her bat for 0-1 count. Down had a double in her at bat in the first game, and then 2 classes.
What a
That one
snag.
goes right into the glove of the third baseman.
Van Zee took Roseboom's place over there. They basically swapped the 2 back to their original lineup from game 1. But man, we have seen some great hit the hot corner from these Eagles.
So now with 2 down, pitch right down Broadway. Gets called for a strike 1 to the leadoff batter for the top of the order. The third batter for the top of the order, Brooklyn Lonick. She gets a hold of that one, but foul. She needs to straighten that one out as she goes down on count 0-2. we saw from the first game that the Warriors really just battled methodically against Roseboom, who had over 100 pitches, but now through her first inning and a half, 4 innings in the first appearance, and now in her first full inning, not as many as she had in game one. So 1-2 after that ball goes to the same place and can't get it to paint the corner. 2-2 is the count for Laura Roseboom to Lanovic. You've seen many rallies with 2 outs as Lanovic goes right down the center underneath the glove of Roseboom in between short and second to get on base for a 2-out single.
See if the Warriors can start their own 2-out rally again, as they actually bring a pinch runner in, surprisingly. Schmitz, the all-state qualifier or state qualifier in cross country, going to take over at first, the courtesy runner. Probably let Lanovic just get the catcher gear on at this point.
Now coming up to the plate. A real crucial batter, especially for the Warriors in this situation, Danny Peters. She's made it on base both times of her at-bats as Schmitz will go down, take the base, and she's safe. It's a great throw from the catcher, Finley Snyder. Just a little bit quicker, and it would have probably gunned down Hannah Schmitz.
I think that's the best throw we've seen all night from Snyder. A couple of them have really tailed off to the right side behind the runner, but now the Warriors with that tying run in scoring position and a big at-bat for Danny Peters.
So 1-0, Peters tries it right to the second baseman and can't beat the forced out as Roseboom and the Eagles get out of that inning with no score, stranding Lanovic and Schmitz at second.
I don't know if there was like you know, I didn't know that it was like same. Yeah, I mean, where like maybe you're getting more in. They're doing
Now up to bat is number 4, Maddie Van Zee, who started the night as the pitcher and will take strike 1 down the middle. It's 0-1 count.
And Van Zee's made a couple of great plays. The hot corner we saw the last inning, but the defense really shored up a little bit for Pella Christian in this game after struggling on both sides in the first contest night. Now we're going to see is who can outlast the other. Pella Christian having the lead, but they have not been able to hold on to leads most of the night.
Pitching coming from Michael as it's a swing and a miss, a great fastball right down the middle as Van Zee just can't watch it well enough. So 1-2 count now to the senior. Pitch just too high. As Van Zee uses that eagle eye to stay tied in the count, 2-2. It is high again from Michael to Van Zee. Full count now. After getting up early, 0-2. Van Zee has washed her way back into a 3-2 count. This one right down the middle, watching it go by. It's a backward K for Hadley Michael.
Big pitch there from Hadley Michael after getting up in the count, allowing that one to run full. Needed that out as the Warriors really trying to keep no more damage, just down one. See if they can get themselves with the heart of the order coming up next.
Finley Schneider now coming into bat for the Eagles. That one goes inside and dodges it before she gets hit. It's a 1-0 count to start for Michael. That ball paints the right side to go 1-1 in the count to Schneider. Got her swinging low. Schneider kicking herself in frustration as she knows she reached for that one. It's a 1-2 count.
Definitely took some off on that one. Had her well out in her front foot.
And that one got swinging back-to-back A's for Hadley Michael.
Nice bounce back inning for Hadley Michael. See if she can try and wrap this one up with Heisman. Come back to the plate. Need a quick 1, 2, 3. See if they can get the bats going now.
Heisman's gone 0 for 2 on this game 2. So she's trying to get something going for her second game. As that one just a little too low from Michael. Starting the count 1-0. That one fouled away to the back. It's a 1-1 count. Michael isn't shy of any strikeouts coming into this game. She had 29. As that one curves right into Heisman's line of view. It's a 1-2 count now.
See if you can strike out the side as Michael really showing her stuff after the long break.
Swing and a miss, 3 up, 3 down, striking out the side. Hadley Michael, a great response.
Huge inning there for the Warriors. Get some momentum back. Get the bats going. Bottom of the fifth coming up. You still got time, but with your 3, 4, 5 hitters coming up, this is the big opportunity for you.
It's the heart of the order, right? Coming up soon for the Warriors, but we'll be back quickly as they trail 4-5 to the Pella Christian Eagles.
Well, I like it. I'm not all that. It's much change in my mind. If it was really a pine cross reading, it's probably been
Back for the bottom of the 5th. It's the Norwalk Warriors trying to get back on the board and retake their lead from the Pella Christian Eagles. The score 5-4 in favor of the Eagles. The big news was Laura Roseboom coming in the 3rd inning to save the Eagles from doom and has just done wonders for this Pella Christian defense as that one goes right down the middle on the leadoff hitter, Hadley Michael. Pitcher-to-pitcher connection right now.
Yeah, it feels like a very different pitcher than we saw in game 1. has really changed her approach to attacking these hitters. As we saw a pretty rough game control-wise, that has been the exact opposite. Very effective and efficient.
Yeah, the efficiency is key as Michael rips that one into the shortstop's hands, and the throw is high. The shortstop for Pella Christian, Chloe Snyder, just couldn't get a good grasp on it and then threw it high. So no matter what, it would have been a single and a base for Hadley Michael. So now up is Grace Bordenero. She made it on in her last at bat with a stolen base. Speaking of stolen bases, Hadley Michael slides in, but would have been just fine standing up as Finley Snyder could not keep that ball in her glove as it goes behind her. So now in scoring position, Grace Bordenaro up 1-0 in the count. It's a bunt, lays it down, can't beat the force out, but moves Hadley Michael into third.
Huge opportunity here. That tying run now just 60 feet away. Molly Harper, who's been their hottest hitter of the evening.
Molly Harper, most notably, was the double in game one, almost to the fence. That'll be much warranted here with a runner nearing the tying plate. That one's low and outside, so 1-0 count to Harper to begin her at bat. Roseman windup delivers. Can't catch the corner. 2-0 count to Harper. Coming in. And that one will make its way into the center of the plate. 2-2 count now. 2-1 count, I apologize. Harper gets a hold of that one. Will touch the first. The play at home is not good. And it will be a score by Hadley Michael tying up the game as Norwalk gets back into this one. So 2 sacrifices. Grace Bordenaro to put Michael into third, and that one from Molly Harper to put her home.
Yeah, great small ball played by the Warriors. Reach on an error, but you'll take what you can get. And
that one from Emma Banks just bats out, grounds out to first. So to end the bottom of the inning, it wasn't fast, but it was wasn't slow, but it was effective for the Warriors as they tie up the ball game 5-5 going into the 6th inning. We have a ball game, folks.
Leading up for Pella Christian, top of the 6th, number 15, Kennedy.
Back here on Part of My French Media, it's the top of the 6th, and it's a ball game here. 5-5 is the score. Unlike in game one where it looked like Norwalk really ran away with it, this one is all tight into a knot. As Kennedy Steinkamp comes in to lead off this 6th inning for the Eagles. Hadley Michael still in the circle for Norwalk as she can't get that one to stay in. It's a 1-0 count to start with that ball.
Yeah, good pitch, just runs a little bit outside. Couldn't quite get the call, but expect to go back to that placement again.
But that one goes right down the middle for a strike one. 1-1 count for the first two pitches of the sixth inning for Hadley Michael and this Norwalk defense. That one comes in. It will go inside. Hit the edge. 1-2 count now for this Norwalk defense. Pitch incoming. That one goes to the dirt. So tying up the count. Steinkamp staying patient.
Yeah, Michael was trying to get her to chase some, but Steinkamp, even as an eighth grader playing up, able to show some good patience and not go after it.
And we saw her get her first high school career and varsity career hit in the second inning and playing like a true veteran. As she strikes, goes into the dirt, but will get caught at home at first. So strike, drop 3 strike to put Steinkamp away early. Hadley Michael really pitching well in these last 2 innings.
Yeah, 4 straight strikeouts now for Michael as she is into a groove. Now Johnson trying to break up that streak.
Johnson has got out in her first 2 at-bats of this game. Fly now to right field and then just grounding out in her second at-bat. That one does not cross the middle as it's a ball for a 1-0 count. Infield playing in for this lefty as that one goes high for Michael. So a 2-0 count to start. And that one fouled off from Johnston. So great pitch from Hadley Michael to stay competitive in this count and get back up into it. 1-2 now. 2-1. And that one, same result. It's a foul off the top of her bat. Libby Johnson tying up the count 2-2 now. Hadley Michael now in a position to get her 5th straight strikeout. As this one comes in, and it's too high. Frees up the counts 3-2 now. Full count. Awaiting Libby Johnson. Wind up delivers. It's low. And Johnson will walk.
Had to be careful there. Didn't want to give up a base hit that could turn into 2 with Johnston's speed. But now Kakarinsky coming to the plate. 3 for 3 on the day. 3 runs scored. Has done basically everything possible in these 2 games today. Has reached base, I believe, 7 times. Twice on errors in the first game. And has scored 5 total runs.
That one goes outside.
Kakarinsky able to pull back at the last second. It looked like she was offering full go.
We've mentioned it that this Kakarinsky really hasn't gone past the infield on her hits, except that first one to start the game. And that one, the bunt will foul back. And the unfortunate part for Kakarinsky is that she can no longer attempt the bunt. Take that back to 1-1.
Yeah, Kakarinsky came in today hitting 571, just 3 games, very small sample size, but 470 plus last year for the team as well.
And that bunt will lay down, and it's a great bunt from Kakmarinski. Got the backspin on the ball, and her speed was just undeniable as she makes it to first base easily and moves along the runner, Libby Johnson, now to second.
It's about as well as it could have gone there for Kakmarinski. At least the good thing for the Warriors is that she shouldn't be able to steal second this time.
She really shouldn't. But we've seen some crazy things happen as Laura Roseman comes up to the plate. That one is going in for a called strike one. One runner in scoring position, but easy can't be two, with Laura Roseman being that runner at first. We've seen her get around the bases very quickly. All Laura Roseman has to do is put it in play as she hits that one up, and it's going to go out of play. So an 0-2 count now early for Roseboom from Hadley Michael.
Strikeout here would be huge. You don't want her to put anything in play that could turn into advancing these runners.
They only hope maybe to hit right to the third baseman. But that one goes high. You've seen Norwalk hit into those double plays already in this game, right to the third baseline down. So see if they can get that on their defensive side. So 1-2 count to Roseboom. So great. Just dig for Brooklyn Lanovic. But it is low for a 2-2 count. So after getting down early, Roseboom has fought her way back to a tied count 2-2. And that one goes low. And Lanovic, great job behind the plate to keep that ball.
Reach out to Brady. I'm trying. You can text him.
So now 3-2. And that one's low, and Hadley Michael, after going up 0-2, throws 4 straight balls and walks Laura Roseboom as it puts a full bases loaded. As Coach Livingston decides to have a talk with his pitcher. So back after the quick heart-to-heart from Coach Livingston to his pitcher, Hadley Michael. She comes back to face Chloe Schneider, the shortstop. This is a very difficult situation, one that Hadley Michael can't get out of. Chloe Schneider, a very strong hitter to come up with in this situation. Coming in with 4 RBIs on the year, can very easily make it maybe 6 with a hard hit ball.
Yeah, it looks like a courtesy runner over at first base as well. I think it is DeHaan.
That one curves inside to the right-handed hitter.
Confirmed it is DeHaan running over at first.
So 0-1 count to Chloe Snyder. Pitch 2. Fouls it off the top. Chloe Snyder a little late on that one. It's an 0-2 count in great position if you're Hadley Michael. Just got to close it out right here with this next pitch.
Oh, that's actually a lot.
And that one hits right into catcher Lanovic.
That's not very hand. Should the ball off right away. Yeah,
But with it being a it was fouled off because it hit the plate. So Snyder stays alive. But Brooklyn Logic taking a second to breathe off the hard hit ball that ricocheted right into her. She's all good. Michael now comes on, still pitching to Chloe Snyder.
Might be the biggest pitch of the season so far for Hadley Michael. Still fairly early on in the year, but huge situation here. Pella Christian trying to get the upset here on the road.
Norwalk come in as the number 7 team in the state. That pitch low again. Lanovic really getting her money's worth. And that's another great save from her. Dropping to her knees and just getting low to rile that one in. 1-2 count now to Snyder. And that one's hit hard. Riled in by center fielder. Trying to go to the third. Going home. And Kakmarinsky scores alongside Libby Johnston.
And I think they're going to wave off the second run as they were saying that she didn't tag up at first. So it should only be 6-5.
And that's exactly what they do.
So Johnson
will score after tagging up from the third base line off of the catch.
One. Nova? Holy cow. Yeah, but how much the weather got so hurt? Well, and the food and the yeah, but that's a late out. And it wasn't like fourth out. So I think they're off early. Where's their why? That would make like I don't know the whole
Oh my God! Yes, thank you.
and you don't need a cake here around your wow. You don't seem to fit. Now we get to go. It's nice seeing Xavier on the other side of that. Unlike last year, girl basketball. Go down with the special floor.
Because I think they, yeah, yeah.
I don't know how to win it out.
Or maybe, I don't know.
So after the coaching talk with the officials, it was a tag up from the third base from Libby Johnson scoring in the leading run. But because of the force out and a failure to tag at first, the second run does not score.
Leading on to the Warriors, bottom of the sixth, 24.
That ball from Laura Roseboom right down the middle for a strike call. So it's 6-5 in favor of the Pella Christian Eagles.
We got word that Xavier took care of business against Indianola. So it will be Norwalk and Xavier in the semifinals on Wednesday at State.
So it's a 1-0 count to Allie Williams, the leadoff hitter. That goes above the base. And Williams has got some speed. She's rounding second and will stand up at second. It's a stand-up double out of Allie Williams to start off this bottom of the sixth to get the Warriors that run back.
So Livingston is going to pinch hit here for Leah Crick.
Livingston coming in.
She pinch hit once in the first game and struck out swinging.
As she'll take the first pitch for a ball. So a 1-0 count. Cambry Livingston, the senior, as she takes a strike. So a 1-1 count. Allie Williams, the tying runner at second in scoring position. That bunts off, and it's going to go foul. So 1-2 count. It pretty much eliminates the bunt unless they're very confident in a bunt from Cambry Livingston.
Cambry, the daughter of head coach Bo Livingston, her older sister also played third base our first year here.
And that one, it's a grounder. As Livingston gets held up at second. As they're
Obstruction with push.
obstructed from the push.
So both runners are safe. I don't know what happened, but I'll take it. I know that there was interference with a runner going to third. The second baseman or the shortstop came up, made contact with
the runner.
Allie Williams.
So Williams to third. Livingston at second. So now the lead scorer is on the bases at second. Strike one taken.
If you're Eddie down, your main goal is to get some you can lift to the outfield to try and tie this game up.
Down now, facing Roseboom. The pitch 0-1. Tries to lay. They're going to call foul.
She was offering the bunt even if that did hit her, so that was going to be called a strike either way.
Oh, yeah. 1-1 or 2? One.
So the bunt should be gone.
0-2 count. And that one caught by the second baseman. Libby Johnston gets that out. So down gets the first out on the side of the Warriors, but it brings up the top of the order. Brooklyn Lanovic with 2 runners in scoring position. Pitch coming from Roseboom. That one goes low and outside. Great growl in by the catcher, Finley Snyder, number 13.
I was going to say Snyder making a huge stop. Keep her team in front. Anything that squeaks by, Allie Williams has the speed to score easily from third on a pass ball.
Any pass ball in this game could be all but tied. Pitch 2. Low again. Another great just catch by Snyder as it hits the dirt, but she gets behind it.
And I think if you're Snyder, the main goal is you don't necessarily have to catch everything, but you got to keep it from getting a backstop.
You just got to block it as that one goes just outside. So a 3-0 count now to the top of the order, Brooklyn Lanovic.
Hey, if anyone's going to have a good eye, it's going to be Warriors catcher Lanovic.
And that one is low and inside. Lanovic loading up the bases with Danny Peters coming to the plate.
And it looks like Schmitz will run again. Swiped a bag earlier.
But no need to worry about swiping any bags as the bases are loaded, but it's up to Peters.
But with Schmitz at first, an extra base hit could potentially score all three.
And that is what they want in this situation. Peters takes strike one. So an 0-1 count for Peters to begin. It looked like it may have stayed inside, but it just gets enough curve on it to hit the plate. 0-1 count from Roseboom. That one goes outside. So good eye from Peters to tie up the count 1-1.
Yeah, just a little bit outside. Didn't quite have enough snap on the curve.
That one outside again.
And the last thing you want to have happen is walk in that tying run. If they get a hit, so be it. But you got to give them something in the strike zone.
Got to make them earn it. So a 2-1 count to Peters now. Roseboom, who started her first innings electric, has quieted a bit as Peters base hit. Driving in, Allie Williams ties up the game.
Big hit from the senior. And now Hadley Michael can potentially put herself in a position to get the win tonight if she can get a big hit with the bases loaded and just one gone.
And what a great play from the center fielder, Rachel Kakmarinsky. Just that speed, able to make it only a one score from that. That pitch to Michael. The ball's loose. But Snyder able to keep it around, and a good watchfulness from the pinch runner, Hannah Schmitz, not to force anything.
Yeah, I think Coach Livingston did a great job of just holding her because even though Snyder lost possession side of that ball, it could have been any second when she would have been able to get that to home. And I think that that would have been an easy out.
So pitch to Michael. That one gets just down the middle. Looked inside, but says otherwise. That says now a 1-1 count.
I think that they are trying to make her pitch to them. They're going to take until that first strike.
That one goes inside for real this time as it's a 2-1 count now. And like you mentioned, since the first two innings against Roseboom, where the Warriors were really aggressive on their hitting, they've really laid back and just waited for Roseboom to pitch to them. That one goes low, and that one goes past Snyder. And in comes Hannah Schmitz, who gives the Warriors the lead.
Yeah, and that was Livingston that came in.
Livingston.
Yeah, Schmitz is now at third.
All these different pinch runners and hitters. It's confusing sometimes. But Cambry Livingston coming in, the senior, gives the Warriors the lead. As Michaels gets a hold of that one, but drops it. At home. Now Schmitz gets in. And Michael.
Big RBI single there. And that was a tough play out in left field. That's not going to be an error any sort by Heisman. Tried to make a great play on it. Would have been huge for her team. Run may have still scored, but at least would have picked up the out.
So now Lanovic to third. And Hadley Michael, after that clutch double, gets to second.
And they're going to bring Van Z back into the game after a tough break over the stretch, last couple of at-bats at least. So they'll move Roseboom back to third, where she started this game, and bring Van Z back in.
Roseboom, as we mentioned, started off her in game two with 4 pitches to get 3 outs and crucial double play, and then just another out, and then just great pitches in her second full inning appearance to get the Warrior side expired. But then they finally, just like in game one, tacked on a couple runs and they take the lead 8-6 with only one out now. Grace Bordenaro comes up to the plate. That one goes high and inside, taken for a ball one. 1-0 count. Lanovic and Michael on the base path. That one's called for a strike. Curved inside from Van Zee. 1-1 count. That one does not get the curve, so it's now a 2-1 count to Bordenaro from Van Zee. And that one goes wide from Van Zee. 3-1 count now. And that one goes low and outside. So Bordenaro walks. And just like that, the bases are loaded again.
And the Warriors a chance to really bust this game open. It has been a huge inning for them.
So Harper now with 1 out, bases loaded. Van Zee keeps on pitching to the outside corner.
And that's where she was trying to go when she was in earlier, just was not able. When they eventually pulled her, she threw 9 pitches in that same area, only one of which caught the strike zone.
That one catches the outside corner, so she finally gets it to go. 1-1 count now. Pitch from Van Zee. Goes back to the outside corner and can't paint it in. It's a 2-1 count now.
Thank you, sir. Tell my parents after keeps open up for a long time. I appreciate that.
So pitching coming. Goes back to the outside. 3-1 now to Molly Harper. Van Zee looking to avoid back-to-back walks, which would drive in another runner. And she does walk Harper. Called ball 4. And in comes Emma Banks. Last time Banks came up with bases loaded, she had a crucial double. But now they bring in to relieve Van Zee.
And Van Manen was originally supposed to be our starting pitcher, but they made the change right before the start to have Van Zee get the time in the circle. And now with a 6-9 score, this is a big opportunity for the Warriors. We'll take a short break and be right back. He texted me back when he died, and then as soon as he charged, he got like 9 messages for me. Yeah. Or now.
We'll have to take you out for bacon and no.
Don't worry, I texted him back and said it's okay. That's your crazy innovation.
Hey, say hi here, Emma. Say hi.
the post start the game. Come on, it sounds right. Also, Pella. I'm gonna call him Menard.
All the mouth now. On number now.
I'm gonna say it all for the time to say it. Come on.
Back for the bottom of the sixth. After the pitching change from the Pella Christian Eagles, it's Raken Van Manen coming in, and that ball goes low. Hadley Michael comes in to score. And it's just another wild pitch and another unforced error from this Pella Christian Eagles that came into this bottom half of the inning, leading 6-5, and now they trail 6-10 with Emma Banks at the plate. Both runners in scoring position. She gets a hold of that one below. It will drive in a runner. And they're going to call her out. Molly Harper got a little too happy at third, rounded too far, and just the throw from first to third gets her out, but not before Emma Banks can drive in another run. The score now 11-6, going into the top of the seventh. This is crunch time now for the Eagles. We'll take a quick break and get back for the final inning between the Norwalk Warriors and the Pella Christian Eagles.
My wife worked at a daycare, so it's 4 days a week, and I hate it. I didn't have to work until 7:30, and I work from home. My wife was off at 7:28. Yeah. Oh yeah. Look out, 7:30. I walk them all. I literally roll out of bed, go log in, and get ready. I'm gonna get paid.
Pella Christian, top of the tenth. There were 23 in Rosewood.
I don't.
Back here on part of my French media for game two. It's the final inning number 7. And it's the Pella Christian Eagles in a worrisome situation going into the bottom of the sixth. They led 6-5. Now they trail going into the top of the seventh, 11-6. The Warriors were able to get their bats on both Roseboom, Van Zee, and then eventually Reagan Van Manen. Still Hadley Michael pitching as it's a nice hit. And it's Allie Williams to the first baseman, Grace Bordenaro. It was number 23, Bryn Roseboom, who grounded out to Williams for the 6-3 ground out. So with 1 out, the Warriors now down to 2 outs remaining to retire the side and get out with a doubleheader win. That one is a strike from Michael to Van Zee.
And Allie Williams, one that got the scoring started in that bottom half of the inning, came around as the game tire, and now gets the first out of the inning. A huge turnaround after a not great first half of the doubleheader. Second game, she's been electric. Had that huge double last inning that really got that rally started.
Just the change of what 1 to 2 games can do. And Williams really showing that expertise and has really helped this Norwalk side, especially now with a 5-run lead. Back-to-back pitches being a little high to Van Zee from Michael as it's now a 2-1 count.
So Michael, even given up a couple runs here since taking over, has just been electric. Had the stretch of 4 straight strikeouts and has just done everything she could to come out on top of the win and is in place for that win today.
And she has, and especially making sure she gets that win on her hitting side. Came in in the bottom of the 6 and forced the hits and got them into an area where she eventually did score just to add more insurance. As that one goes a little high, now it's a full count. After the foul off from Busy, if Hadley Michael can get this strikeout, it puts them ever much closer to winning this one. That one's pulled by Van Zee and it will drop right in front of the right fielder. Molly Harper can't get under it enough. It just fell enough. But that puts Van Zee in a position that can help the Eagles get back on the board and potentially tie it up.
Yeah, she's not ready to say this game is over quite yet.
Finley Snyder up to the plate now. She swings and a misses for strike one. The one area you got to be careful with if you're the Eagles is to not hit into a double play, which will end your night. Michael unwinds. Can't catch that bottom left inside corner. It's called a ball. 1-1 count now. Van Zee staying honest on the first base line as an attempted to steal. Just waiting to see what is given her from Snyder. As that one goes outside again. So he went inside, now outside. Now Michael needs to find the center. Down in the count, 2-1. From the circle, unleashes. And they're going to call that one high. So a 3-1 count now.
A battle back here from Michael. Big bat for Snyder. She tries to get her team a big.
That one's hit up into the air. Caught by the first baseman, Grace Bordenaro. And now it's 2 outs. Finley Snyder getting out number 2 after she flies out to the first base line. And coming up, it's number 7, the center fielder, Maya. Left fielder, Maya Heisman. And she swings on pitch 1 and misses. So an 0-1 count. Hadley Michael has done everything in her power to make sure that her pitching day ends up in a win, both on the pitching side and on the hitting side. This one, 0-2 count after Heisman swings and a misses and back-to-back pitches.
Steer mower down right here. Get this game done and over with.
Michael, it's a wide pitch.
I'm just going to shut up.
Maybe the better idea. As that one goes high and outside off the tip of the glove from Brooklyn Lonovic. It puts Maddie Van Zee into second, so now in scoring position. But with the amount of insurance that Norwalk got, it would not tie as that one popped up. Lonovic cannot track it down as it goes out of the field of play. So a 1-2 count now after the foul ball. Michael. And that's another foul ball. Heisman really just staying in this one as best as she can. Not wanting this game to end just yet with a runner in scoring position. Michael would really like to get off the circle and into the win column with this one. And it's a dropper from second. First, this one's over. Norwalk wins it big, 11-6. They avoid the potential upset that came from the bottom of the 6 after trailing into that one. Some big runs in the bottom of the 6 puts them up 11-6.
And what a great way to kick off this new facility, baseball, softball. Both teams getting the sweep over a conference rival. and just starting off their home portion of their schedule the best way possible. Uh, Big games on Friday as well. With don't know yet if we'll be over a baseball or softball, but we're going to try and do some more of these dual broadcasts. We've got enough people available for it. Hoping maybe next Friday with baseball and softball, welcome Pella in. But great way to kick off this new era of Norwalk athletics in these new facilities.
So from game one, it's a 6-4 victory from Norwalk. In game two, it's an 11-6 victory. I'm Ian Nelson alongside Tyler French and Gary French, our production manager. This is part of my French media signing off for the night. Thank you all, and we'll see you all again.